Can you believe the recent estimate showed that Gen Z in the United States usually spends about 2 hours per day scrolling on TikTok? In this tutorial, you'll learn how to build your own TikTok so you can share with your friends. This TikTok clone includes the most essential features, such as creating videos, displaying them in a For You page, likes, comments, search, and much more. With the power of Next.js 14, Tailwind.css, and Sanity, you'll learn how to create production-ready applications with the most demanding and advanced features like revalidation, data fetching, caching, server actions, and much more. As you complete this tutorial, you can be sure that you'll be able to build any other application that you ever imagined. Are you ready? So without further ado, let's get straight to it. So we are going to start up as we always do with a blank folder. So let's just create it now. So I'm going to open my terminal and use Mac directory, and I'm going to name tick. Once this folder is created, I'm going to enter in it. So cd tick, and yeah, I'm going to use the code dot so I can open on my Visual Studio Code. Okay, and now we just have to install Next.js. To use this, I'm going to use the npx create next app latest on the current folder. It's going to ask us a couple questions. If you want to use TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind CSS, src directory, app router, import alias, and yes. Once you finish installing the Next.js, we're going to install the shadcn library. Is the library that I use for the components. So it's going to ask for the style that we want to use. I'm going to go with New York, and then here I'm going with neutral. It doesn't really matter. And then CSS variables, I'm going to say yes. And as you may know, this is going to install some files to our folder. So Tailwind CSS and app globals.css. So here is where you have the theme for your page as the background, foreground, the primary color, and foreground. Okay, once I did that, I like to go to the shadcn website and then go to themes so we can customize it. So click here in customize, and then here you can choose a primary color for your TikTok clone. In my TikTok clone that we are going to build here is like pink and red. So the color is the one that I'm going to use. And for the radius, we can go with 0.5, and for the mode, I'm going with the dark mode. Okay, once you did that, you can go here on copy code, and here you're going to have the code for the exact theme that you just choose. Okay, once you did that, you can go on the global.css file that it was created, and you can paste the code here. So take everything that you have on the root, but the radius, you're going to leave the radius here, and then everything there is inside of dark, you just put here on root. Okay, in that way we are applying the dark mode. We don't want the white one. Okay, now you can take off here the body and the label utils, and everything is right, I think. Okay, with this we can open our server or our app using the npm run dev command. I have the build app right here running on the localhost 3000, so you can see it in action. And then for the app that we're doing here right now on Scratch, I'm doing on localhost 3001. For you, it's localhost 3000. So the first thing that we can do here is changing the title. Here I'm going to say tick. This is the name of our app, and then for the description is going to be welcome to tick. That's right. And now once you go back to the page, you see that the title is changed. So now let's just take it out everything that is here on the page. So go to here on page, and we can just remove everything that we got here. So just a normal div, and there we go. Okay, without wasting too much time, we can start building our app. So we are going to start here on the layout page, where we are going to have a max height screen. So max height screen, and then height screen, and then go with flex and flex column like this. Okay, the first thing that we are going to start building in our app is the navbar. The navbar is this top section that you see here. It consists in 3 sections, where we have our logo, then we have a search bar, and then we have a way to log in. So to do this, I'm going to create here a new folder, which is going to be named components. This folder is where all of our components are going to be located. And then inside of components, I'm going to have a folder named navbar, and inside of navbar I'm going to have a file named Index.tsx. So inside of this file is where we're going to have our navbar. Okay, in that navbar, we can start doing maybe the logo. So here on the div, you're going to replace it by nav, and you're going to add a class name of padding 6 and border B, so we can have a border on the bottom. And let me already put this navbar on the scene, so I'm going to just add this on the layout. So I'm going to add here the navbar. Okay, so let me add an A here, so hopefully I can say here the A in our app. So as I said, the first thing that I'm going to create is the logo. So this is one of the easiest components that we are going to have in our app. So it's just RFC to create the component, and here we are going to have a link that's coming from next link, and then the href is going to be /, so it's going to be the home page, and then we're going to have a class name of flex, item center, font black, text 3XL, and gap .0.5, and then group. With this, you just have to find an icon, and where I like to get my icons is on React Icons. It's the library that I use for icons. So let me just quickly install it. So I'm going to use open here new terminal. I'm going to say npm install React Icons, just like that. And while this is installing, you can choose here an icon. The one that I'm using is this one, so PI music note, so we can quickly get here the name of the icon, and I'm going to add right here. And then with this, you can just import it. Use control, select the component, and then use control space to import it automatically. And then go here below the icon and add a little span inside of a paragraph, and then add a class name of text primary. And then here inside of the span, you're going to say tick, and outside of the span, so inside of the paragraph, you're going to say tick again. So what we just did here is just we add a little icon and then the name of our app. Okay, so now let me go to the navbar and let me put the logo in here so we can actually see it and import it. Make sure that you give a proper name to it, so logo, and then let me import it. There we go. Now you see that we have here the logo. The next part is the search box that we have here. So again, we are going to create here a component that's going to be named search.tsx, and RFC to create a new functional component. And the search is going to be a form because we are going to receive some data from it, and inside of this form we are going to have an input. So for the components, I'm going to use chat.cn, which we already installed, and the component that we want is this one, so the input. So I'm going to use npx chat.cn latest add input. What this is going to do is going to install input library for us. This is going to look something like this. Okay, with the library, with the component installed, we can put this in our app. So this is going to be input. As you might guess, input is going to receive some props, which the name is type of search. So this is a search input. And then we're also going to need a placeholder. So the placeholder is the text that is inside of the input, which is going to be search videos and accounts, like this. And then we're going to have a class name of p5 and width of 300 pixels, just like so. Okay, now you can put the search in it in the navbar. So import the search component, and let me refresh it real quick. And now you see that we have the search here, but you see that this is below the navbar, so we have to fix that. So here on the navbar, we're going to create a div, and then we're going to move those two components that we got here inside of this div that we just created, and then we're going to use flex and justify between and item center. In that way, everything is going to be in line. Okay, so now we have the search box, we have the logo, and now we left with this third section, which is going to be the most difficult one, which is the login and logout functionality. So you see, when I click on this button, this thing shows up where we can choose an account, a Google account, and once I choose the account, you see that I am logged in. So this is what we are going to create. As you may know, this functionality requires a lot of logic, so this is why we're going to create a folder, so we are going to organize ourselves more. So this is going to be profile, like this, and inside of profile is where I'm going to have my index.tsx. So again, I'm going to create a RFC component, which I'm going to name profile. So now I can put the profile below the search. There we go. So when I am logged in, I want to show the user information, and when I log out, I want to show the button to log in. So let's just create a dummy variable. There's going to be here is logged in. We're going to start as maybe true, so true, like this. And then here we're going to create our logic. So if we are logged in, we are going to show something, and if we're not logged in, we're going to show another thing. So if we're logged in, I'm going to show a div, and this div is going to contain a class name of flex item center and gap of 5, and inside of this div we're going to contain another div, which is going to be a class name of flex item center and gap of 3 this time. And then inside of this div we're going to have a link component. So quickly import it from Next.js, and the href is going to be the page that the page where we can find some more information about the user. So if you see here in our app, let me just log in. When I click on here, you see that I go to the user page where I can find more information about their videos and account. So this is what we're doing here. We're going to the user page, and for now we don't have too much information about the user. What we would put here is the user ID, something like this, but as we don't have the functionality yet, I'm going to just leave like this. And then besides the href, we're going to have our class name, which is going to be text neutral 400 and font semi-bold and the hover underline. This is going to be for when we hover on the name of the user, we're going to have a line under the name. And then here we would put the user.name, but as we don't have now, I'm going to put my own name here. You can put yours. Mine is Evandro Viegas, like this. Okay, with the link made, we can go down the link, and then we're going to create an avatar. So the avatar is a component that we're also going to import from shadcn. We are just going to quickly install it. So it's going to be npx shadcn latest add avatar, and we're going to wait until it's installed. All right, and below the avatar, below the link, we're going to create here the avatar. So this is going to have a class name of, first import the avatar, so avatar, and as I was saying, we're going to have a width of 8, a height of 8, and then I'm going to have an avatar image. This is going to be the actual image, and for the image we need a source. Let me just quickly import the avatar image. There we go. And for now, as I don't have any information about the logged in user, I'm going to use https :/github.com/ then my name on GitHub. And let me just put here a div, so hopefully I can see something. Oh, and after my name, use png, so it's going to give us the image. There we go. Okay, and then here below the image, we're going to use the avatar fallback just in case the image was not loaded. I'm going to put like e.v. So imagine, like, let me just import this fallback. There we go. If some reason this image could not load, so it's going to show up like this. Okay, so let me just fix it now so we can actually see the image. There we go. Okay, what if the user is not logged in? Well, we are going to ask for the user to log in, so we're going to show this little button to log in with Google. So for this, we're going to use a library named React OAuth 2 Google that help us to quickly create this functionality. So we're going to just import it. So it's going to be npm install React OAuth Google and hit enter. So this is the library that we're going to use for the authentication. Alright, so if the user is not logged in, we are going to show the Google login component like this. Google login component. There we go. So this accepts a function named onSuccess, which it gives us a response, and then with that response we can call onSuccess function like this. As you may know, this function is not created yet, so let me create it real quick. So on success like this, and then accept a response, and this response is going to contain a credential inside, so credential like this. that it might come or might not come. So we are going to just leave like this because we need to configure our Google login. So this component needs some environment variables about the credentials for the Google login. So this is why, because we are going to go here and add a .env file so we can add the credential that the component is waiting for. So before doing everything else, we need to go here on the layout because we need to import a Google Auth provider where we are going to give the client ID, which we are going to get in a minute. The way that I like to use providers is creating here a providers.tsx file, and inside of this file I create here a component, and then I use the use client flag. Once I do that, I can import Google Auth provider coming from React Auth Pro Google. Okay, and now as this is a provider, I'm going to accept some props, and this prop is simply the children. So what we are going to put inside, which is going to be a React node. Okay, with this we can get children from the props, just like this, and put here inside. Okay, the provider is the Google Auth provider, as I just said, and then we're going to have the client ID, which I'm going to create here a variable named client ID, and assign this to here. So this client ID is coming from the process.env.next public Google client ID. So this is the name that I'm going to give for our variable to the client ID. And why create an environment variable? So this is a file where we are going to have our secret credentials, such as the client ID, which is something that we don't want to give to everybody. So it's like a secret thing from our app. We don't want to go here and put our secret key right here, because it's easier for hackers to get information from our app. Okay, with the providers wrapper created, we can go to the layout and put it here. So it's going to be providers, and then the navbar and the children are going to be inside of providers. So let me just import it, and there we go. So now it's time to get the actual next Google client ID. And to do this, I'm going to the console.cloud.google.com, and here on this little select box, you're going to click on new project. You can give it a name. So this is going to be TikTok, and I'm going with no organization. So once you do that, this is going to create a project for you. And while this is creating, you can go to API and services, and then you can go to OAuth consent screen. This is the screen where the app asks you if it can get your information, such as email and profile pic. And once you're here, you can click here on external and click create. Here is the information about the app. Let me just make it full screen. So the app name is going to be TikTok, and then you can give a support email. I'm going to leave this email for now, and then if you want, you can add a logo, but I'm not going to do it now. And then for the application domain, you can leave localhost 3000, localhost 3000, and don't forget to add the http column / localhost 3000. This is going to be localhost 3000 for you, but for me it's going to be 3001 because I always have two projects open. So add localhost 3000. I'm going to just use 3001 for that reason. And then here on the developer contact information, you can give your email again. So you can just copy it from here and paste down there. Once you did that, you can go and save and continue. With this, you go to the next part, which is the scopes. And then here you can go and add or remove scope. This is the level of information that you want to get from the user. So what we want to get is the email, profile, and open ID. So select everything and then click on update. Once you did that, you can hit save and continue. And here on test users, you can also save and continue. With this, you might have something looking like this. So external, the app name, the support email, and the home page link. Don't forget to put 3000 on here. I'm just putting 3001 because I have two projects open. And yeah, and then for the scopes, select everything, and with this you can click back to dashboard. Okay, once you go back to the dashboard, you can click here on credentials, and that's where, once you're on the credentials page, you can click here on create credentials and then go to OAuth client ID, and you're going to find a page like this where it's going to ask you for the application type. You can choose web application and then give a name to the application, which is going to be tick, and down here you can add a URI, which is going to be the http column / localhost 3000. For you it's 3000, but for me it's 3001. Okay, and then with this you can go here, authorize redirect or eyes. You can also use localhost and 3001. For me it's 3001 because, and for the authorized redirect or eyes, put the same thing as above. Okay, with this you can click create, and now you're going to find this little pop-up where it shows the client ID, the client secret, the creation date, and the status. So the only thing that we need is the client ID, so you can just copy it right here, and then on the .env file you just add it here. Okay, let's just test if our credentials are working. So I'm going to use a console.log res.credentials and use a use client in here. So this is credentials, just a typo. Let me just fix it right here. And then on success, we're going to use the function that we created, and if some reason something goes wrong, we want to know what it is. So we're just going to console.error the error that we got. So console.error, and then say something went wrong, try again. Okay, let's test it out. Hopefully it's working. So let me refresh, and here on the is logged in is you show as false, so you can actually see here the bottom. So let me click here to create a new account with Google. So as you can see, we have a blank page. So something in our configuration on credentials must be wrong. So let's just see what it is. There we go. I managed to find what it was missing. So here on credentials, go to the tick, and here an authorized JavaScript origins. Besides the HTTP localhost 3000, you also have to add a new one, which is going to be HTTP // localhost without the 3001. I did this, then I clicked here on saved, and then when I went back, you see that now it's working. So if it doesn't work for you, you have to wait at least 5 minutes until you have to wait from 5 minutes to a few hours for settings to take effect. So for me, it went instantly, so which is good. So when I click here on one of the accounts, let me see if things are working. I get undefined. Let me just use the res. Maybe I made a typo, and there we go. You see that every time that we log in, we get this credential. This credential is going to be very, very important to get the information about the user. So here is not credentials, is credential like this. So res.credential. Let me log in again, and there we go. Now I have the credentials. So what's the point of having a long as string right here, which makes no sense? So this is JSON web token, is like a string that is hashed. So inside of this string, we have information about the user that I want to log in. So once I decrypt this string right here, I'm going to be able to get the profile pic, the name, and the email from the user. So this is what we are going to do now. So this is a service for the user, and that's the reason, and that's why here I'm going to create a new folder named services, and inside of services we're going to create a auth service. So auth. So service is a on the service folder we're going to locate functions, or we're going to allocate functions that help us doing something. So this is why I call it services. So in the auth service, we're going to create an index.tsx, TS, and in here I'm going to export a sync function named auth like this, and this function is expecting a string named credential, which is this string that we got here. So this, we're going to use the use server flag. So this function is going to be running on the server, it's not going to be running on the client. So here on the profile page, what we want to do is just use that function that we just created. So it's going to be auth is the name that we gave to our function, and as I said, this is going to be a sync, so we can just await it here, and it needs a credential. So first let's make sure that we have a credential. So if we don't have a credential, then we're going to return. So what this is going to do is going to end the function right here if we don't have any credential. So what if we have? So if we have, then we can call the function, and what this function is going to do for now is just show the credential on the log. So as I said, this is going to run on the server, and to be able to see the logs on the server, we have to open the terminal. So let me quickly log in like this. Now you see here the credentials. Okay, as I said, we need to decode these credentials, and for this I'm going to use the JWT library. So let me just quickly install it. So it's going to be JSON Web Token. So this is a library that we can use to decode or hash some information. So let me just import it right here. So it's going to be JWT. You can give the name that you want. So JWT is coming from JSON Web Token. Okay, now we can get the decoded version via the JWT.decode like this, and we pass the credential here inside. As you see, this is complaining because it doesn't have any types. To fix it, we are going to use this command that it recommends us. So it's going to be np install types JSON Web Token. What it's going to do is going to install some types for this library, which is going to be JSON Web Token. With this, hopefully the error should go away, which is happening right now. And then you can console log here the decoded, and hopefully we can see the information. So let me click here. There we go. Let me open the terminal, and there we go. Now you see a lot information about the user. So we have the expires, when this is going to expire. Then you have the family name or the last name. You have the first name. You have the picture, which if you copy here the link, if you copy here the link and open, you will see that is the image that we got right here. And besides that, you also have the email. So with this, we have the information so we can log in the user. So we have the information about the user, but what we are going to do with it. So we are going to use the information so we can store in a database. So Sanity is a CRM, so a content management system, and is also a database and also a bucket, so we can store image in here. So in my opinion, this is the perfect solution for our app. So let's just start using. First we have to import it, so we're going to say npm create sanity latest like this. It's going to ask you a couple questions, so I'm going to say yes. Okay, and probably this is going to ask you to log in, but as I am logged in, it's not asking for me. So also I already have here a project, but I'm going to create here a new one. So create a new project, and I'm going to give the name of Sanity. This is going to ask you if you want to use the default configuration. I'm going to say yes. And then, would you like to add configuration files for Sanity project in this next folder? And I'm going to say yes. If you want to use TypeScript, yes. And if you would like an embedded Sanity Studio, say yes. And then for the route, I'm going to say /studio, and we're going to start fresh, so no schema types. And would you like to add project ID and database to your local env file? And I'm going to say yes. So with this is going to run all of those commands. So you see that it created here a new .env.local folder. We are using the .env file right here. So let me just get everything that we have here and put on the .env, and then I'm going to just delete it. So with this, you should have you should have this little folder, Sanity, and everything else. So we are good to go. Okay, with Sanity in place, and we can move to the next part. As you can see, we can log in and nothing happens, right? So what we have to do is to, when we log in here on the, let me go to Navbar. Here on the profile, once we log in, we gotta have a state here that when we log in, this turns into true, so we can see our information. So that's exactly what we're going to do now. So let me go here and say const is logged in, and set is logged in. Use state, and it is going to start as false because we don't know if the user is going to be logged in or not. So, but we know that the user is going to be logged in when he finish the login process. So here we can set is logged in as true. Let me test that. So when I log in here, you can immediately see that we can see the user. So as you may know, we cannot leave it like this because we gotta have a dynamic user, right? So here in our auth, once we decode the user, what we have to do is first create a user, and then create a token. So I'm going to explain why do we need a token on a cookie, but for now let's just focus on creating the user. So we already have here the decoded version. So if you don't remember, let me just also log here what we are going to get once we do that. So decoded, and let me open here the terminal because this is running on the server. So let me open here the terminal, and as you can see, we cannot log out, so I have to refresh the page. Okay, so let me log in, and when I do this, you'll see here a log in my terminal. So this is the information about the user. So what we want to do is only create a user if it doesn't already exists, and if that user already exists, don't create it, right? So this is what we want to do here in this section. So if you go here on the services, you see that we have the auth service, but here we will have to create a new service that's going to be user. What's the difference between the user and the auth? The auth is all about authentication, and user is about user. So about creating a user, or maybe getting a user, or updating a user. So we must have everything separate, so our code gets more easy to read. So here in the user, I'm going to create the Index.css, is where I'm going to have some code for our user functionality. In one of them is creating the user, and as you can see here is exactly what we want to do. So here I'm going to create a function, create and export a sync function that is going to be named create user, right? And what this is going to accept is a decoded user, and the type of the decoded user is going to be decoded. I don't think we already have it here. So decoded is the type of this object. Of course, we're not going to store everything here on the database because we don't need it. We're only going to store things that we need. So here I'm going to create a new type and then export. That's going to be decoded. So this decoded is going to have the attributes that we need for our user. We need the email, so email is just going to be a string, and you can see the email right here. And also need the name. The name is going to be this field right here. So name is going to be a string, and we also need a picture, which is also going to be a string because it's going to be a URL. And then we need a sub. Sub is like a unique identifier for each user. It is something like ID. Okay, so as I said, we have to create a user, and we are going to call this function right here. So create user, the function that we just created, and we are going to pass this decoded into here. But if you hover on the decoded, you can see that it can be either a string or a JDWT payload, right? Or null. So we don't want to create a user if it's null. So if we don't have a decoded, that means that we won't do anything. But if we do, this function is going to go through and it's going to create a user. Okay, so now going back to the function that we have to create, the create user, we are going to do some code. So what we want to do, we already have Sanity installed, if you don't remember, here on Sanity, and if you go to lib, you will see Sanity here. Instead of client, I prefer using Sanity as the keyword for the Sanity. So if you want, you can change here to Sanity. If not, it's alright. I'm going to change to Sanity because it's how I prefer. Okay, so here on the create user, what I want to do is call Sanity. So making sure you're importing this from Sanity lib client is where the Sanity client is. And what you want to do, well, you want to create a user if it not exists. So in order to create a user, we must have first a schema. So let me close all of this for now. Let me just leave this here blank and maybe open here the tab since we are working on here. So if you go to the decoded type here on auth, you will see that we have an email, which is a string, a name, which is a string, a picture, which is a string, and a sub, which is a string, which is the ID. We can put here ID. So what we have to do now is making like a document or a schema which Sanity can understand. Sanity is our database, right? So this is what we are going to do. So here on Sanity, you gotta go to schema types. And if you go here, you will see that you have object named schema, which has a property named types, which is an array. This is the types or the schemas that we create. So one of the schemas that we have to create is the user. So go here on schema types and create a new file, which is going to be user.ts. This user.ts is where we are going to create our schema. So you have to export that schema, and the name of the schema that we're going to create is user type. And one thing that I like about Sanity is that it comes with TypeScript. So you have to import a function named define type, which is going to give you IntelliSense. And once you do that, you have to pass an object inside, which is going to be the actual schema. So first you have to define a title. The title is like the name of the table or of the document which you want to create. So the title is the user, and then the name is going to be user. So name is like the way that when we do our queries or we search. When we do our queries, we gotta have a name to our schema. So the name that we're given is user. And then we say which type do you want our schema to be. It can be an array, a bullock, a boolean, a date, datetime, or a document. In our case, this is going to be a document. This is going to be a document because it's going to have some fields, right? And fields is an array of fields. We gotta use the define field function, which it expects an object, and this object is the fields that we want for our user. So let me put here the decoded type side by side so you can see exactly what we need for our user. So one of the things that we need is the title. One of the things that we need is the email. So we're gonna have here a title. Again, is the name for this field. So title is going to be email, and then the name is how we want to, is the name of the attribute. So when we do our queries, we're going to do something like user, because is the name of the document, user dot email, because is the name of other attribute that we are or field that we are creating. So email, and then type, which is a string. And besides the email, we're also going to have the name. So go down below it and add name here, which is also going to be a string. And then you're going to have the picture URL. So if you look closely here, you'll see that what we have here is URL to our Google account picture. So we're going to store that URL in our database. So here is going to be picture URL, the title, and then the name is going to be picture URL. Alright, so now go back here to the schema types, index.txt, where you have this array of types, and now we're going to add this new type that we just created. So this is going to be user type. Let me just import it real quick. There we go. And now we can go back here to the function that we was creating. Let me just first import this decoded here, and there we go. So what we just did here is a document or a schema. So before adding something to the database, we have to create a document. So let me go here and create a document. So the type of this document is going to be a user. Why? Because if you go back to the type that we created, you'll see here that the type is, or the name is, a user. So we're going to say that we're creating a document of type user. So user is going to have an ID. ID is a unique identifier, and what we have here that is unique, besides the email, which is always unique, is this SUB, this thing right here that is a number. So we're going to use that. So on the decoded user, we have the SUB. So this is what we're going to use. And then besides this, we're also going to have the name, which is going to be the decoded user dot name, and then the email, which is going to be the decoded user dot email. And finally, we are going to have the picture URL. Guess what? This is going from the decoded user picture, just like this. And now, since we got the document, we can just add it to here. And don't forget to add an await here, so our function can actually await. So we are calling Sanity to create this user if if this user doesn't exist. And how Sanity is going to know if the user already exists or not is via this ID. So if Sanity finds that a user with this specific ID already exists, then this is not going to create it. In either way, this is going to return us a user. Okay, with the user, we can just return it here, and we can say this user is going to be of type user. So here we are going to create a new folder, which is going to be types, and inside of here is going to be user.ts. So inside of this file is where we are going to create TypeScript type. So let's go here and say export type user. So the user that comes from the database is different from the user that we use to insert. So the user from the database is going to have some extra properties. One of them is the ID, which is going to be the string, and then the email, which is going to be the string, the name, which is going to be string, and the picture URL, which is also going to be a string. Okay, with this you can return the user as a user, just like this. Right, so let me just close everything here because everything is done. Okay, and now we go back to the index.ts from the all folder, and here on this function we can await, and this is going to return us a user. All right, so if you hover on here, see that this is complaining because it's saying that argument of type string or gwt payload is not assignable to type of type decoded. So a easy way to fix this is say, hey TypeScript, I know what I'm doing, so just leave me alone. So what you can do is go here and say decoded as decoded. So what you're doing here is saying to TypeScript that this variable is of this type, and now you see that TypeScript is not complaining anymore, but it's still complaining because of the user, because we are not using it. So below here of this create user function, we are going to check if we got an user, because sometimes the user may or may not come. If for some reason the user was not created, then we are going to return it. It's essentially what we are doing here. So if the user, only create an user if it doesn't already exist, and if the user already exists, don't create it again. So we can remove this section because it's already done. And then what you see here is create a token. So a token is something like this. It's a big string that contains some information. So it consists in three parts. The first part is the algorithm that contains the algorithm for the token. The second part is the payload where we can find the data. So for example, if I want to change here to my name, so put here my name, you see that this is changing because it's the data. And then you have the verify signature, is where you have your secret. So if you see, if I change my secret, the token instantly changes, and this token is going, and this secret is going to be later used to decodify this gwt string. So this is what we're going to do. And then with this gwt, what we're going to do is use the cookies. Cookies is a way to store some information about the user or maybe his activities on the browser or on the server. So our first step is to create a token, and to do this we already have the gwt library because we used here to decode the credential, and now we are going to use again to create a token. Okay, so let me do this. So I'm going to create a new const which is going to be a token. So we're going to use the gwt.sign, and what we are going to sign is the ID. Is the only thing that we need. So let me go here and say user.id because we are getting this from the created user. Okay, and now what we need is a private key. We have to create the secret real quick, and to do this I like to go to my .env, and here I create a next public gwt secret of like this, and then you give a secret that you want. I'm going to say hello. Of course your secret has to be much more secure than that if you're building a production application, but I'm going to just leave like this so it doesn't really matter. Okay, and now we have to get this private key. So I'm going to say const private key is coming from the process.env next. Let me just copy it real quick so that I have to type it out. There we go. It can be this or it can be an empty string. Okay, so now let me get this private key and put it on here. And then one more thing that we have to pass to this function is when this token is going to expire. So with the expires in attribute, I can say when I want to this token, I want this token to no longer be available. So in 30 days, this token is not going to be available, and then we have to create a new one. Okay, so what we're going to do with this token? What we're going to do is store this on the cookies. So to do this, we are going to use cookies here that's coming from Next headers like this, and then we are going to set a new cookie. So the name of the cookie is going to be Auth token, and the value is going to be the token, just like this. One more thing that we need is a max age. It's something like that expires in on the token, but now we need this on seconds. So this is going to be in seconds, and then this is going to be 1 minute, and then this is going to be 1 hour. So this is 1 hour, and then times 24, that makes 24 hours, and then times 30, which makes 30 days. So let me put here 30 days. Okay, and then we can just pass here the max age, and finally we can return the user that we just created. Okay, so now we are going to test the code that we just wrote. So now I'm going to initiate or login now. So with this account, I got an error. So the error that you probably get to is transition failed, insufficient permissions create required. So this is because our client or Sanity here on create user and on Sanity don't have the right permission. So one thing that we still have to get is a token. So to get this token, we have to go to / so localhost 3000, and then studio. Why studio? Because it's where we hosted our Sanity. So if you go here Sanity, it's on studio. So go / studio, and if you go to app and then studio, you will see here that we have a page, and this page is where Sanity is. This is actually going to take a while because it's compiling the studio for the studio page. So go to / studio and do what it says. So let me just copy here the URL. For you, it's going to be localhost 3000, what you have to copy, and then you click here on the continue button. This is going to take you to another page, and here you have to sign in with the same email that you signed to create here the studio. There we go, I just signed in with mine, and then here is going to ask you to add the course origin. If for some reason that doesn't pop up to you, you're going to do the following. So I'm going to just add here. Okay, so now you go here on Google again and log in with the account that you want to use. So the account has to be the same that you used to create here the project, as I said. Alright, so here is where we have our database. So if you see here, you have a folder of users, and for now we don't have any users. And the reason why we are here is because we need a token to create things to our database. So click here in your profile, and then go to manage project, and then go to API. And if the previous pop-up doesn't show up to you, then you have to go here on course origin and add the origin. As you can see, I already have the origin here, so I'm good to go. And then to create a token, you click here and add API token, and then you click here on developer, and here you have to give a name to the token. I'm going to say dev. There we go, and now you say save. And now you have to copy this token that you just got, and it has to be now, because once you exit their page, there's no way to get it back. You have to get a new one. Okay, with that token you can paste that here on the .env file, and I'm going to name it next public sanity token. There we go. Now I'm going to put alongside the other sanity credentials, and there we go. So now let me just close everything. So now go to Sanity and then go to lib, and on lib go to client, and now here on client we just have to assign the token that we just created. So it's going to be token, and you're going to create the variable now. So it's going to be const token, it's going to be process.env, and then the name that we gave to the token, and it's that one. It's either going to be this or an empty string. There we go. This must be it. Let me just see if we can now create a user. So now I'm going to duplicate here this tab. So I'm going to have one tab for the studio and another tab for the application. So localhost 3001. So now I'm going to sign in, and what should happen is a new entry show up in this list right here. So let me initiate a new account, and I'm logging in, and there you go. Now you see that we have a new user created in our database. And now you see that we have one problem that we still have to fix, is that we have our Navbar in our Sanity studio, which we probably don't want that. And this is because here on the app we have a layout, and this studio is a child of the layout or this app, and this is because it's getting the layout as styles. So we probably don't want that. And to fix this, what we should do is create here a new folder, and we can name anything. I'm going to name like app, and you have to give, so here you have to use open parentheses. So you have to open and close. So you have to open and close parentheses and give a name. I'm giving the name of app, and then here the font you put inside, also the fav icon, almost everything but the studio. So use shift and then go to the last element to select everything and put inside of app. There we go. And now here on studio, since it's a new page or layout, we have to create here a new layout. We're going to create here a layout, and there we go. I think I already came with this page, but it's alright. Okay, what we just did here is we are separating the app from the studio, so we don't have the same layout, because if you go to our layouts here, you see that we have our navbar, and we don't want this navbar to our studio from Sanity. So we created here a new layout, and in this new layout we don't have a navbar. Okay, once you come back to the app, you'll see that everything is normal, and here the Sanity studio doesn't have a navbar, so we are good to go. Okay, now you see that a user was created here in our database, but if you go back to the app, you'll see that our user is not logged in the app. So we have to fix that. And as you may know, here in our app, as you can see, this is the pre-built app. You can log in and log out when you want. So this is going to be a very dynamic value or a state. So that's the reason I'm going to use ZooStand. ZooStand is a state library that is designed for that type of situations where the data is very dynamic. So we're going to use ZooStand to know when the user is logged in, when the user is not logged in, and to get information about the user. So as you might guess, you have to install this library. Let me go to the documentation, and here it gives you the code to install. So it's going to be let me just put this open and open a new terminal. This is going to be npm ZooStand. So this is going to install ZooStand in our project. There you go. And now we installed ZooStand. We are going to create a state or a store. So here I'm going to create a new folder, and this is going to be stores. So this is where we are going to put all of our states. In this project, we are only going to have one, which is going to be Auth.cs, is where we are going to store the information about the user. Okay, so the first thing that we have to do is create a type. So what do we want to store inside of that state? So first is a user, which is going to be null or of type user, and we can import that from types user. And then we want to store a boolean of type is logged in, which is going to be a boolean, so either if the user is logged in or not. And then is set off when we log in to set the user to a new user. So this is going to be this is going to be user like this, and this is going to return nothing, so void, and then a function so we can log out. Everything is going to be stored in that state, and then this function is going to return void. So here we're going to create the store. So this is going to be use of the name of our state, and here, and we're going to use the create function from Zustand. So let me just import it real quick. So it's going to be import create from Zustand. There we go. And here we just have to pass the type that we just created. So this is going to be of type store. So this create function gives us value of set. So this is where we can set the new values for that store. So this set, and then we're going to return an object. Doing this is the equivalent of doing this, so doing a callback function that returns an object. So I prefer doing this, like is returning an object right away, so doing this. And as I said, this is going to have all of those functions right here. So one of the functions or one of the attributes is going to be user, and the start is going to be null. Okay, so it's going to start as null, and we're also going to give that is logged in. There's going to be a boolean, and since we don't have a user, we are not logged in, so this is going to be false. And then we're going to have a function named set of. So this is going to be a callback function, and here we are going to get the user, as you can see here. So it's going to be u of type user. And there we go. And finally, we're also going to have the logout function. So logout is going to be a function. There we go. Okay, so what do we want to do with that user? So we want to set, so this function here set that we got from the callback function is to set new values to our store. So I want to set the user, so the user from the store to that new user that we got from the set function. And then the is logged in, I'm going to set as true since we have a new user, right? And then here in the logout, we are going to set, so when we log out, we are going to set the user as null. So we have normal user, and then is logged in, we're going to set as false. Okay, we're going to leave now, and we are going to export default use of. So we are going to export that store. We're going to leave this file open because there's still things that we have to do, such as revalidating. See here we have to revalidate. You're going to understand why we have to do this. So revalidate here and here. So we have to revalidate here on both. So leave this open because we're going to go back here in a minute. Okay, so now let's just use this thing that we just created, right? So now let's go back to our app, and I want to, every time that I log in on the app or I enter on the app, a thing happens. So this thing that I want to happen is first our application C is look for a token on a cookie, and then once if it finds that token, if the token is found and it's not expired, then this is going to decode that token. Okay, and if you remember, here on services and auth, what we store inside of the token is an ID. So we're going to decode the token and get the user ID. So with the user ID, we're going to fetch the user with that ID from the Sanity database. Okay, so this is what we want to do now. Okay, so to do this, we have to go to the app and go to here on app again and on providers. Why providers? Because every time, if you think about it, one thing that it's always going to be loaded here is the providers component, because it's inside of layout, right? So here on providers, what we want to do, let me just put here this client ID on top. Here is not going to change anything. What we want to do is create a use effect. So every time that our app is loaded, this use effect is going to be called. Okay, and what we want to do, let me just go back here and copy that here, and what we want to do is get the auth user, so that means getting the token. So here on auth, so let me go to services and then auth. I'm going to create, see inside, I'm going to create a new function that's going to be named export async function. That's going to be named get export async function. That's going to be named get auth user, like this. As you may guess, is going to get the current auth user. Okay, so first go copy this thing right here. So this is going to, first what we have to do is look for the token on the cookie. Okay, and to do this, we are going to create here a new function just below it. There's going to be export async function that's going to be named get auth user ID. Okay, so essentially what this function is going to do is first we're going to create here a variable named token, and this is going to look on the cookie store, and it's going to get a token named auth token. Is the name that we just set here. So it's going to look for a token with that name, and then it's going to get its value. We're using this question mark because this thing can be undefined. So if it's undefined, then it's not going to return an error. Okay, so this is going to return as a token. It's going to return a token or undefined. So if it's undefined or we don't have any token, then we're just going to return undefined. All right, and then if we have a token, then we can decode the token. So we are going to use the library gwt, and what we're going to do is verify the token that we just got. So token, and now we have to use this private key that we also use to create the token. So we're going to press this private key. It's something like a password, so only the people that have this private key can decodify or get the information from that token. Okay, so we can say to TypeScript the type of the decoded object that we expect to get. So what we are expecting to get is just an object with the ID attribute, which is going to be a string. Okay, and now with this decoded variable, we can just return that decoded ID. So again, what it's doing, this is looking for an auth token cookie, and this is getting the token from the cookie. And once this token is verified here, we are going to decodify or verify using the private key, and then we are returning the ID, right? So now going back to the function that we was creating, we are already looking for a token on a cookie that we just did here, so we can remove this. And then what we want to do is create here a const named ID that is coming from this get Auth user ID right here. Okay, and now we have to verify if the token is found or is not expired. It's very easy. It's just doing if there's not any ID, we can return, because if the token is expired or the cookie is expired, it's going to return undefined. So with this line of code, we're verifying if the token exists or if the ID exists or not. Okay, we can already remove this. So now we left off with fetch the user with the ID from the Sanity database. So now we have the ID, and then we have to look for a user with the exact same ID. And to do this, we are going to use the user services. So go to user, and here we are going to create a function that looks for a user with the same ID. Okay, this is going to be very easy. Let's just export a sync function that is going to be named get user by ID. So ID is going to be a string. There we go. And what we want to do is await Sanity to fetch. So this is where we are going to use a query. So a query is like SQL. Okay, so we're going to use a query here. I'm going to explain you what we are going to do with that query. So in Sanity, we use queries to query to fetch information from our database. So what we want to do here is from everything. So this star means everything, from everything that is in our database of type user. So user, I want the user that has the ID attribute equal to the ID that we are going to pass. So if I do this, this is going to return an array, but I just want the first element that is being found, so I'm going to return 0. So this is very, very weird, I know, but this is very simple. So if you go back here on Sanity and then schema types and then user, you see that we gave here user name to our user type, right? So we are looking from everything that is inside of our database that has the type of user, so the name that we just assigned here, and it has the ID of the ID that we pass on this function, and then we get the first element from the query. Okay, so now I'm going to create here a res or maybe a user variable, and then with this I can finally return the user. Okay, so we can close this file because we're not going to use it anymore. And then with that information, so with this ID, I'm going to create here a new variable named user, and we are going to use the function that we just created here. This is going to be get user by ID. We have to pass the ID here. This is going to return as a user, which we are going to return it. So return user, just like this. Okay, now we can close the index here, and I'm going to close also this, and we are going to go back to the providers file inside here. Okay, so this we are going to use the function that we just created now. This is going to be get Auth user, and as you saw here, this is going to return us a user, right? So we are going to create here a then. We're going to get the user that we just created, and we first have to check if the user is exists, and if it doesn't exist, we're just going to return. So we're going to start our function here, but if it exists, then we can set here this user to our store, right? So first we have to use the store, so we get const. So first let me import the store, so just import use auth from stores auth, Okay, and let me set off. This is one of the functions that we got here in this state. So set off, we're going to use that. So it's going to be set off coming from the use of state. Okay, so a way to get the way that we get the attributes from the state is using the state and the state dot the attribute that you want to use. So set off. Okay, with this we can set off and set the user. There we go. I know this is a lot. One last thing that we have to do here is on use of is doing the revalidate thing. So when we log in, we want to revalidate the whole page so it gets the latest information. Okay, so here on the services, we're going to create a new service, which is going to be named app, and here I'm going to create the index.ts, and here I'm just going to export a sync function that is going to be named revalidate current location data. Okay, so we're going to get the location, which is a string. There we go. And we are going to use a function from Next.js, which is named revalidate path, and we're going to pass the location here and pass layout. Okay, and then we are going to have we have to use the use server flag here, because this function is only allowed to run on the server. Okay, so now let's go back to the Auth store here, and here one thing that I forgot to do, and here we are going to use the revalidate current location data, so the function that we just created, and we are going to use the location.pathname to give us the current location. All right, so this is a lot, a lot that we just did now. So let me just review the code one by one. Okay, so it all starts in here in the layout navbar. So layout navbar, and then log, and then profile, where we have the information about the profile. So it all starts with this button right here. When we click, it calls the function name on success, and we have the credential from Google, which we pass to this auth function. So this auth function, its job is to get the credential and then decode this credential. So we have the information about the user, which is the email, name, picture, and sub. And if with this decoded version of the user, we pass to this function, which is going to create the user if it doesn't exist. So this function is going to return the user, and with the user we are going to create a new token, which is just the user ID. So inside of this token, the only thing that we're going to store is the user ID. So we pass also a private key, and also expires to expire in 30 days. So along the token, we also create a cookie with the same duration, so 30 days, which the name is of token, and the value is the token that we just created. Okay, and with this we can go to our layout and providers. So on providers, there is a use effect function or a use effect hook that is called every time that our app is initialized. So the job of this use effect is called the get authed user, which is a function that its job is to get the authenticated user. So it calls the get authed user ID function, which it looks for the token that if you remember, we created here on when the user is created. So we get this token, and we decode the token so we can get the ID that we stored here when we signed this token, and then we return this ID. With this ID, we can look for the user, and if the user exists, then we are going to return it. Okay, now with the user in hand, we first we see if the user is undefined or if the user is valid. So is valid, then we are going to set off. This is this is a store, which means it changes all the time. So we pass the user right here, and then we set the user as this new user that we got from the auth function, and we set the is logged in as true. So not only that we have to do, we also have to revalidate the whole page data. So we use this revalidate current location data, and we pass the current location, and inside of here we just revalidate the path or the layout. So it seems a lot, but it's just some simple logic. Okay, so here we set a new user, and now let's just use the user. Okay, so I'm going back to the Navbar, so components and profile. So go to Navbar and go to the profile, and if you remember, we created here a dummy variable. This is going to be this name is logged in, so we can remove that since we are not going to use it anymore, because now we're going to use this function or this variable from the store. So is logged in, which is coming from the use of. So let me get the state, and state dot is logged in. Not only that, we also need the current auth user, so it can be auth user like this. So assign the state right here. So here is not auth user, the name of our state is user. And besides the auth user, we also have to use here one other function that's going to be set auth, and this set auth is coming from here, user. And the last one is the logout. So logout right here, and is coming from the same state, and it's going to be logout. Okay, the is logged in is already being used, so it's all right. And so here we have to check if it's logged in, and we have an auth user, so just to make sure. And then here we can change the information. So here's going to be auth user dot name. There we go. And then here is the first two letters. I'm going to leave like this, and then here the avatar image is going to be auth user dot picture URL. This is going to give the picture URL, and then finally we just have to change here to a dynamic block on the link, which is going to take to the user page. So auth user like this, and ID. Okay, besides the div, we are going to have a button, and this button is going to be so we can log out, and you can already see here the information that we got. So the logged in user. So this button is so we can log out. Okay, so let me create here a button, and this button is going to have on click. It's just going to call the function that we have created here, logout. This is coming from the use of, and it's going to have some class name, which is going to be text to XL transition all hover text primary, and it's all for now. And we're going to use the TB logout icon. Okay, so let me just quickly import it. So I'll copy here the name, and then import this icon from React icons, and then /tb. There we go. Let me go back to the app, so we can remove the set is logged in. And now here one thing that we forgot to do, so let me just get here the user. If you remember, this auth function returns a user, so we are going to set off. So we're going to update the user which is logged in. Okay, and first we have to check if the user exists or not. So if it doesn't exist, then we're just going to return it. So everything is almost done. Let's just go back to here on the state, and we forgot to do the revalidate for the logout. Okay, so one thing that we have to do first is refresh the whole page. So we're going to use the location.reload, which is going to reload the whole page. And then since we are logging out, we have to remove the auth user cookie, right? So this is exactly what we are going to do. And we have to go back to the services and auth. And here, I'm just going to export async function, which is going to be named remove auth user cookie. Since we are logging out, it doesn't make sense to the cookie still be available. Okay, so what we're going to do is simply use the cookie store, and we're going to delete the exact cookie. So it's going to be off cookie. There we go. So now let's go back to our auth, and we are going just to call this removed auth user cookie, just like that. So we can just close this because we are not going to touch in this file anymore. All right, so let me just refresh here the page, and let's test it out if everything is working. So I'm going to log out. You can see that it refreshes the page, and let me log in to see if we get the user, and there we go. But you see that this is very boring. There's no pop-up showing that we are logged in or we just log out. So we are going to fix this. So I'm going to shadcn, and I'm going to use a component named toast, which shows a toast here on the bottom screen. Okay, so as you may guess, we have to import this component. So I'm going to use npx shadcn latest add toast. So this is going to install that component for us. There we go. So now let's go back to the providers component, and we are going to import that component. So import toaster from components UI toaster. So this toaster is going to be here inside of Google Auth Provider. So let me just put here inside real quick. There we go. We can close this now. And now we can use the toast as we want. Okay, so here I'm going to say const toast toast is coming from use toast. So it's coming from hooks, and then use toast. So when we log in, I want to show a toast saying the name toast saying log it in as, and then the name of the user, so user dot, or maybe the email. So logged in as user email, and this is going to be toast dot actually is not like this. You have to pass an object, so it's going to be title, and then you pass the information. So logged in as then the name of the user, and maybe when we log out we want to do the same. So here you see that we are calling directly the logout function. So I'm going to create here a new function, which is going to be on logout. We are going to call this function here, so like this. So let me just update to on logout. There we go. And here we're going to call the logout function, but after logging out, I'm going to call this toast and then say title log it out successfully, just like this. Okay, and now on here on the Google login, when we have an error, instead of showing console log dot error, we are going to call the toast function. So I just pass here the title and then the message. Okay, let's just see if that's working. Let me just put this on full screen, and let me try to log out. Okay, I'm logged out, and let me try to log in again. There we go, logged in as, and then the email. And when I log out, you see you cannot see the message because here, if you go to logout, you'll see that we refresh the page immediately. That's why you cannot see the message, but everything is working. Okay, with the login and logout functionality done, we can move to the next part, which is the sidebar. So this is the built app. So as you can see, we have here a very nice sidebar, which shows here a link to our homepage, and then it shows a link to a form where we can create the videos, and then it shows here the hashtags part, where it fetches the hashtags for a specific hashtag, so comedy, and then educational, nature, and gaming, and then it shows the latest users. Not only that, this sidebar is also responsive. So if I collapse like this, you see that our sidebar is looking still looking very, very nice. So this is what we are going to do in our app. I'm not sure if I did the functionality yet. Oh, okay, one thing that we can already start is fixing here the responsivity. We can fix here because our app is not responsive as here in our pre-built app. So I'm going to go to the Navbar, so index Navbar, and we have to make some changes in here. So we are going to have two versions. So we are going to have the version for the mobile version, and another version for the PC version. So this is the PC version, or PC Navbar, and then here we're going to create a mobile Navbar. Okay, so here we have to add some class names, so it's going to be hidden and medium flex. So what this code is doing is hiding on the mobile versions or in the mobile screens, and only showing if the screen is medium, so it means at least a PC. Okay, so now you see, if you go back to our app, you won't see nothing because we're hiding this. So we are going to create now the version for the mobile. Okay, so I'm going to create here a div, and this div is going to have a class name, and this is going to be the opposite. So we're going to show for the mobile versions, and we are going to hide for the PC version. Okay, so I'm going to justify using the justify between and items center classes. Okay, and since these components are already made, we can just put them here. We don't have to create everything from zero. So we're going to use the logo. So logo, all right, the logo is here, and then we are going to show the profile. There we go. And now if we go back to our app, you see that we have this little icon right here, which when we open, it opens a sidebar. So for this, I'm going to use the sheet component that's coming from chat.cn. So again, I'm going to install that. So npx chat.cn latest add sheet. Okay, so with this imported, I'm going to go below the profile and use the sheet that we just imported. Make sure that you're importing from UI and not a radix, otherwise it's not going to work. And we're going to have a sheet trigger, which is going to be responsible to trigger the content. So below it, we're going to have the sheet content. So the trigger is going to be here, let me just collapse this real quick. So the trigger is going to be the IO menu icon. So let me just import it real quick. IO menu, like this. Let me just import it real quick. So import IO menu from React icons / IO5, like this. Let me go back to the app, and now you can see here the icon, and when we click, you see here the sidebar. So, and when we click, you see here the content. So here the content is actually going to be our sidebar that we still have to create. But first, let me just give some class names here on the content, which is going to be flex column, justify between, and item center. And now we can start creating the sidebar. Sidebar is going to be a huge component, so I'm going to create here a folder, so it's going to be named sidebar. And we're going to have the main component, which is going to be index.tsx. So RFC to create the component, which is going to be named sidebar. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to say sidebar right here. And inside of this index navbar, I'm going to put the sidebar here inside so we can actually see it. There we go. Now if I click, we must see here sidebar. But if you put here on full screen mode, so for PC versions, the sidebar disappears. This is because it's only going to be visible on the mobile Navbar or mobile version. So to fix this, in the PC version, the sidebar is going to show up right away, so here in the left section. So we have to go to layout, and here on layout is where we're going to have our sidebar. Okay, so go below the navbar, and here on the navbar we're going to create a main, and this main is going to have a class name of flex. And then inside of main, we're going to have a div, which is going to have the class name of hidden, medium, inline. So this is going to hide the sidebar for the mobile version. Okay, so we can put the sidebar here inside. There we go. And then below this div, we're going to create another div where we're going to have the actual content. So the actual page. Okay, so it's going to be class name p8, so padding 8, grow, height full, overflow, auto, and max height 85 VH. So it cannot be more than 80% of the screen. And then finally here we're going to put our children, and we can remove the children, the previous children that we got here. Okay, now you can see here our sidebar in the left side of our app. So this is a big mess. Let me just close everything and just go to the sidebar and start working on here. Okay, so going to our build app, you see that we have some sections. So we have the links section, so this is going to be links, and then we have the hashtags section, so hashtags, and then the users sections or profiles section. Okay, we're going to start easy, so with the link section. So let's just go back here in our app, and we're going to create here a component named links.tsx. So RFC to create the component. There we go, and we're just going to embed here in the sidebar. So links like this, and hopefully we can see here the links. Okay, it's going to be a very easy component. The first thing that we have to do here is create an array of all of the links that we want to show. So links, and the link is going to have a route. So the first route is going to be the home page, which the label is going to be home, and we're also going to show an icon, which is going to be fi home. We still have to import the icon real quick. So it's going to be import this fi home from React icons /fi. There we go. Not only that, you're also going to have the create link. So create like this, and this is going to have a label of create, and the icon is going to be tb video that we have to import from React icons /tb. Okay, so here we are going to show the links. So it's going to be a list right here, and we're going to give some class name of flex column and gap 2, so we have some space between the links. And here we're going to map the links, so links map link, and we're going to show for each link we're going to show a list item. So list item, we must pass here a key, a unique key, which is going to be link dot route. And then for the class name, we're going to pass cursor pointer. Okay, and now we're going to pass link here inside. So this is coming from next link, and the href is going to be link dot route. Okay, and then we're going to pass here div. For some reason I cannot see here this updating. Let me just refresh real quick. Okay, there we go. So here on the div, I'm going to pass a class name of flex item center, a gap of 4, a text to Excel, and padding 4, and then rounded, and then hover, font semi-bold, and then hover, text primary, and then transition all like this. Okay, so for this div inside, we're going to first show the icon, so link dot icon, and then we're going to show the label. And there we go. Now you can see the links in shape. One thing that you see here in our app is where when we are on the home page, we have this indicator showing that we're on the home page, and if you go to the create page, you see that the indicator changes to the create. So to do this, we have to use the use client flag right here, because we're going to use a hook from Next.js that give us the path that we're in. So this the name of the hook is going to be use path name, coming from Next navigation. Make sure they're importing this from Next navigation. There we go. So this gives us the current path that we're in. Okay, so we can make quick check right here. So this is going to be a dynamic block. So this is going to be a dynamic block. There we go. And in here, what we're going to do is first look to the path and see if the path is equal to the link dot route. That means that we are on this path. Okay, so we are going to show a bg primary /5 for transparency, and then text primary and font semi-bold. There we go. And if we are not on this path, then we're not going to show it. anything, or we're not going to add additional classes to it. Let me just format it real quick, and hopefully we can see the links. And there we go. Very nice. So here on the sidebar I forgot to add some class names, so I'm going to add here class name. This is going to be overflow auto border right ph and max width of 350 pixels and space 12. There we go. So what this is going to do, it is going to add the border to the right and add some padding so we have some space, and then max width so it's not going to be longer than 350 pixels. Let me refresh, and now you see here the sidebar looking very good. Okay, the next part is doing the hashtags. This hashtags is this little section right here that we can do it in a minute. So here on the sidebar we're going to create hashtags.tsx, and again create here a new component. There you go, and put in this component on here so we can see it. So hash tags like this. There you go. So here on hashtag, let me put here the app side by side. So here on hashtags we're going to use class name space 2 like this, and then we're going to have a span saying hash tags like this. So this span is going to have a class name of font semi-bold text neutral 500 like this. So this is going to show us this beautiful text right here, and then this is going to be a list which is going to show all of our hashtags. So I'm going to add a class name of flex gap 3 and flex wrap. There we go. So the hashtags, so these are the hashtags that we have to create, and for this we're going to create here a folder which is going to be constants. There we go, and inside of this folder we're going to create a file named hashtags.tsx. So this is going to be a file where we store all of our hashtags. In my GitHub repository that you're going to find in the description, you can go to constants, so constants, and then hashtag.tsx, and you will find this code that is just the code for the hashtag, so we don't have to create this by hand and take a lot of time. So with this in hand, with the constants in hand, we can now show all of the constants. So now let me go back to the app. So here I'm going to do the hashtags from the constants, and I'm going to do a map. So from each hashtag I'm going to return a hashtag. So for each hashtag I'm going to return a hashtag, and this hashtag is going to be a component because it's going to be reusable, as I told you. So here on this, so for example here on this page you'll see that this component is the same that we got here, so it doesn't make sense to create it 2 times. We just create here a reusable component. Okay, so here we have to create a hashtag component. So let's go to the components, and here we're going to create hashtag.tsx. There we go. So create this component, and this component is going to accept some props. So props type props, and the props is going to be hashtag, and there we go, which is going to accept a label. This is going to be a string, and a route, which is also going to be a string, and then an icon is going to be React dot React node. So it's going to be a node from React. Okay, with this we can get the const in here, and the const is going to be a hashtag that we can rename to h like this, because we're going to do some validations in a minute. So this hashtag is coming from props. So this is to rename the hashtag prop. We are renaming to h, because here we're going to use this name, so hashtag like this. So first what we have to do is look for the type of h. So if h is a string, okay, then we are going to oh, I'm sorry, here is going to be hashtag, so all of this, or a string, right? So it can either be a whole hashtag like this, so that we got here, or it can be just a string. Okay, so if type of h is a string, then what we are going to do is, on the hashtags array from the constants, we're going to find a hashtag where the hashtag dot hashtag is equal to h. Okay, so we're going to find the hashtag with the hashtag that we pass. Okay, so if that's not a string, that means that we already have here the object. Okay, and if for some reason the hashtag is not found, then we can return no, so we're not going to show anything. Okay, this is actually too confusing. So it's because sometimes here, so let me go back. So sometimes here when we pass the hashtag, sometimes they're going to say like hashtag like comedy like this, and sometimes we are going to pass the whole hashtag object. Okay, so we are preparing our component. So we're preparing our component to be able to handle the both. So if that's a string, then we are going to find a hashtag with the same hashtag, and if that's not a string, that means that we already have this object. Okay, so with this we are going to return a link, which is going to take to the hashtag page. Okay, so it's going to be href. Make sure that you import the link from next link, and this is going to be hashtag and then the hashtag dot route. There we go. So inside of this link we're going to have a div, which is going to have a huge class name, which is going to be width of fit, flex items center, gap of 1, rounded of full, border of border secondary, and then hover border primary, and hover pg primary /5, and then transition all px3 py 2.5 and font semi-bold. I told you that it would be a lot. So let me just open this so you can see the whole class name. And then here we won't have a span of hashtag dot icon, so hashtag dot icon, and then hashtag dot label. Alright, so we can close now this component because we're not going to use it anymore. And let me go back to the hashtag. So here on the sidebar where we show all of the hashtags, make sure that you are using this component and passing the hashtag right here. Okay, so now let me refresh, and here also need a key of type hashtag dot we can pass the routes, since every route is different. And there we go. Now you see all of our hashtags showing up. Okay, now that we have the hashtags in place, we can move to the next part, which is the profiles. So the profiles is a very simple thing that we have to do here. So this is going to show the 3 latest users that sign in to this app. And for this, let me just create here another account. So because we only have one here on the database, so I'm going to create a new one. So this is one, and I'm going to create one more. So while trying to sign out, I think I found a bug from our app. Is when I click sign out, only after a lot of attempts, you see still on the I'm still signing. So after a couple of attempts, our user finally sign out. So we must have something here in our app which is doing that. So let me just review it real quick. So first I'm going to try to take out this onLogout function and just call the logout right here directly and take off this. So we are on the profile from the Navbar file. Okay, let me refresh, maybe it's that, and then try to sign out, and we still sign in, so that's not it. So I managed to find what the error was. It was here on auth, and this is because we forgot to add an await here, because this function here is asynchronous, because every function that we export on the use server in a use server file, it has to be always asynchronous. So if I remove this and the await here, you will see that we get an error from Next.js saying that server actions must be async functions. So we add this async. You don't even have to add an await here, but if you want, you can add. I'm going to add it. And here you also have to use an await, and of course make this an async callback. So let me just see if it works now. Let me try to log in with an account, and I'm logged in. And if I click to log out, then this is going to log out. So what it was happening is that we call this remove auth user cookie, but instantly we was calling the logout location.reload. So our app sometimes didn't have time to delete the cookies, so it was reloading without actually deleting the cookies. So now we are waiting until the cookies are deleted, or we call this function, and then only then this function is going to be called. So while trying to fix this error, I managed to create the three accounts. So I have here 3 accounts in our app, and what we was about to do is show the latest users from in our page, right? We are going to use this vision page on Sanity, so we can have a deeper look into our queries. So we want is to get the latest users, right? So again, I'm going to use this star right here, so we can fetch everything that we have in our database. But as I said, we only want the users, so I'm going to use type user, and like this, and this should return us 3 users. So doing this, you can already see that we have 3 items that are our 3 users. So I want not only that, imagine, so I'm going to create here a new account so you can see 4. Okay, I just created here a new account, as you can see, and let me try to fetch again, and now you see here 4 items. But as I told you, we only need 3 of them, right? So to fetch the first 3, what we have to do is use here a bracket and say that we want the first one until the third one. Okay, so here use 3 dots, and let me fetch again, and now you see that we have 3 items. And lastly, what we have to do is just fetch in order. So I want the latest one to show up first, right? So for this, I'm going to open here curly braces, and to show in order, what we have to do is just call a function here named order. So add this add the column here, and then say order, and then we are going to order by the created attribute, and in the descent order. So this is going to be desk like this. Okay, so let me fetch again, and now we see that we have the latest user showing up first. So this is the latest one that we created. So if I take this off, this is the latest one, right? So if I fetch again, you'll see that the latest one is on the second position, and we wanted the latest users to show up first. So I'm going to add this order function, and now the latest user is the latest one. All right, now we have our query in hand. We just have to use it in our app. So I'm going to the page users. I'm going to the service from users, and here we are going to create a new function that's going to be named export async function named get latest users, like this. And the only thing that we have to do, we're going to use here the query that we just created. So query like this. I'm just going to copy here. So I'm just going to copy here the query that we already made, and I'm going to add here. So add this query right real quick in here, and now let's use it. So I'm going to get a response from Sanity, which is the users, and for this I have to await Sanity to fetch this exact query that we just made. And finally, I'm just going to return it right away. There we go. So now we have a way to get the latest users. And now here where we have profiles, I'm going to create here a new file which is going to be named profiles.tsx, and create a functional component like this, and quickly add in here to the sidebar. So profiles, import it and use it. All right, so let me put this side by side. So here in the profiles, what we have to do is very easy. The first thing is to add here a sync flag, since we are going to fetch the information from the function that we just made. So this is going to return us profiles that is coming from the get latest users. There's the function that we just created, and this is going to return us the profiles. Okay, so now we just have to show it up. So for this I'm going to use a class name here. First there's going to be space y and 2, and then we're going to have a span here that is going to say latest users, like this. So now I'm going to add here a class name, which is going to be font semi-bold text neutral 500, like this, so we can see here the text showing up. And finally, to show up the profiles, I'm going to show here a list, and inside of this list I'm going to iterate over the profiles that we have. So for each profile I'm going to return here a link. All right, and this link is going to have a key, and this link is coming from next link, and this link is also going to have a key. This is going to be profile.id, since every profile ID is different. And one thing that I forgot to add here is the IntelliSense. So here I'm going to say this is going to be of type user array. Okay, so we are going to return a user array here. So now we have types. All right, so key is going to be the profile ID, and we're also going to have some class names. It's going to be flex, item center, gap 2, p2, width of full and height full, and hover bg secondary. Not only that, we're also going to use a bg secondary with 50 of opacity and rounded. There we go. And the most important thing is the href. So where this link is going to take us. So this is going to take us to the user with the user ID. So it's going to take us to the profile page. There we go. And now we can start showing the information about the users. So I'm going to go here, and we're going to show an avatar first, and this avatar is coming from chat.cn, okay, or in our components. So this avatar is going to have a class name of width of 8 and a height of 8. Not only that, it's also going to include an avatar image. There you go, which the source is coming from the profile dot picture URL. Make sure that you import in the avatar image from components, not from Radix. There we go. And then we're also going to have the avatar fallbacks coming from components, and this is in case our image could not be loaded. So for the fallback, I'm going to use the profile dot name and then slice and 0 and 2. So this is to slice the first two letters of the name. So if I go to the inspect here to show you real quick, so this is my name, right? So this is my name, and if I use the same code here, so slice 0 and 2, this is going to give me the first two letters of my name. So, and then here I'm going to use class name and uppercase, so they are going to be on uppercase. There we go. And here, just below the fallback, we're going to have, below the avatar, I'm going to have a span, which is going to show the profile name. So profile.name with a class of font semi-bold. There you go. Very nice. One thing that I forgot to do is just add some space here, so it's going to be space y of 2. Nice. So now we have some space. Okay, our app structure is finally done. You can see here that we have the links, we have the hashtags and the latest users, and now we have to do one of the most important things in the app, which is creating the videos, right? So if you go to the create page, you'll see that we don't have nothing. So we're going to start creating the create page. So to start, here inside of, let me just close everything. So close all. So here on app, and then app again, I'm going to create here a new folder, which is going to be create, and instead of create, I'm going to create a page named page.tsx, where we're going to have our page. So now let me refresh it real quick, and we got the default export is not a React component in page/create. I'm not sure what it means. So let me see if I made some mistake here. I don't think. So I'm going to create this by hand. So maybe the server has a glitch or something. So export the function named page and return here a div, for example. So let me try to refresh it, and we can see here the page. I think it's because I'm using here lowercase for the component, which is a bad practice. I guess that's why it didn't show up. Okay, so now we are going to create here the form. So let me go to here the app. This is already built, and go to the create page. So this is going to be a very simple form. The very complex part is here on the video, but you don't have to worry. So we click here and upload video, and you can upload the video that you want. You can add a caption, then the hashtag and a description. So this is what we are going to do now. So here on the page, we're going to add the class name of width of full and height of full. So it's going to take the full width, And as you might guess, we are going to create here a form because we are leading with data. So here on the create, I'm going to create here a new folder which is going to be named form, and inside of form I'm going to have the index.tsx, which is going to be the main file. So here I'm going to create the form and quickly embed here in the page. So form, there we go, just like this. If I'm not mistaken, this form is going to be the one of the largest files that we're going to create in this tutorial, but don't worry, we're going to break it down as simple as possible. So every time that we create a form, is a good practice to start with the schema. So here on form, I'm going to create a schema.ts, and we're going to use client, of course, like this. And here we're going to import z. I'm not sure if we installed this library, freeze z from zod, and we didn't. So first I'm going to install the form from chat.cn, and for this I'm going to use the npx chat.cn latest add form. So I'm going to open here a new terminal, put this side by side, and use the npx chat.cn latest add form. So this is not only going to install the form component, this is also going to install the zod library and React hook form, which we're also going to need to create the form. There we go. With this in hand, now we can start creating the schema. So this is going to be named form schema. So form schema like this, and then this is going to be an object with some attributes. One of them is caption, so which is going to be a string. There we go. And a caption has to at least have minimum of 5 characters and max of 50 characters. There we go. And then we're also going to have a description, which is going to be a string with a minimum of 10 characters and maximum of 50. And this is going to be optional, not only video has to have a description. And then we are also going to have hashtag, which is going to be a string. There we go. So this is going to be it for the schema. So now we're going to export the type of schema. So I'll export schema and then the infer type of form schema. So this is what we did here, is to extract the type from this object, from the schema, so we have a TypeScript type that we can use. Okay, now we all, besides exporting the form schema, we're also going to export the form schema itself, not only the type. Okay, so I think here we can start with the importing, so it can be much easier when we start. So here we're going to import from components, so components and then UI and then form, like this. So we're going to start import form from components, and we're going to rename it to form comp. And this is because our component is already named form. Okay, and besides that, we are going to have the form control. We are also going to have the form field and the form label. Okay, and then the form message. There we go. Okay, so here we can start creating the form. This is going to is the form from use form, so use form like this, and we are going to pass here the form schema that we created from the schema file, and here we're going to pass some default values. Okay, so one of the things that we have to pass is the resolver, is to say to hook form that we use in Zod. So here we're going to, so here we have to pass the Zod resolver. So we're going to use import from Zod we're going to import Zod resolver that is coming from hook form resolvers / Zod. So hook form is a different library from Zod, and to integrate them both we have to use a resolver. So we are saying to write hook form, then we're going to use Zod for creating schemas. Okay, so this is exactly what we're going to do now. So we'll say Zod resolver. So I'm going to say hey hook form, we are going to use Zod, and the schema that I want to use for this form is this form schema that I'm passing now. Okay, with the resolvers in hand, we can pass the default values. So the default values is going to be here on hashtag. It's going to be hashtag like this. So this hashtag is coming from the file that you created earlier. So let me go here, and it's this file. So I'm going to say to the default hashtag to be the first one. So this is going to be the comedy. So now we can get into creating the actual form. So I'm going to go here and use the form comp, which is the form from the UI. And here we have to spread the form, so we have information about, and here we have to spread the form. Okay, and inside of the form we're going to create another form with no action. So this form is going to have one other form which is going to accept on submit. So we can already create here the function. So on submit, this is going to call the form.handle submit, and then the on submit function that we're going to create right here. So const on submit like this. We can leave it like this. So what this is going to do is call first form.handle submit, and this is going to validate the data that we pass. So if everything is right, then this is going to call the on submit with the validated data. Okay, not only that, we're also going to have some class names in this form, which is going to be flex column, medium, grid. So on medium we're going to have a grid, so medium grid like this, a median grid equals 2. So on median we're going to have 2 columns, and then we're also going to have a gap of 3 with the full max width of 750 pixels like this, and MX auto just like this. Alright, so here we are going to have the video form, but for now I'm going to just leave here a comment. So video form, so the form for the video, we're going to create a different component because it's going to be a little complex, but down below here the video form we're going to have the rest. Okay, so we're going to start with the first field, so form field, and this is going to be the caption. Okay, so it's going to be caption. You have to pass the control, which is going to be form.control like this, and we're going to render a component which we can get a field here inside. So the information about this component or this field, and we are going to return a form item like this. Is one of the things that we have to import. I think we forgot to import here, so form item just imported. And this form item, inside of form item we're going to have a form label, which is just going to say caption like this, and also a form control. And inside of this form control we're going to have an input. So input, I think we already have this. Yeah, we already have an input like this, and on this input I'm going to pass a placeholder, which is going to say the caption for the video, 3 dots like this, and then we're going to spread the field here on the input. There we go. So let me format the document real quick, and below here the form control is going to be the form message. So if we get an error, the form message is going to show up below the form. Okay, so if you refresh, you're going to get an error because we are using here a hook, and this file is a server file, and server file cannot handle hooks. So for this, we're going to transform this into a client file. To do this, we're going to use the use client flag just here on top. So this is going to transform this into a client file. Alright, so now we have here the field for the caption. So the caption is done. Now we're going to move to the hashtag. So for the hashtag, I'm just going to copy it here, the caption real quick. There we go. And the name is not going to be caption, it's going to be hashtag. Okay, hashtag. And we can just remove here the control like this. And here we are going to use another component from Shadcn, which is the select component. So let me just search it real quick. Is this one? So we're going just to use it real quick. I'm going just to import it. So this is going to be npx Shadcn latest add select, and this is installing. There we go. So now I'm going to import here the select. So import select content. Let me already put here the form from, so we have the IntelliSense. So from components /UI and then select. There we go. So we're going to use the select content and then the select item and the select trigger like this, and finally the select value just like this. Okay, so here just below the form label, you're going to use the select component. So select like this, and on value change. So when we select here a new option, we're going to call the function that is going to be form on change. So we're going to say to our form that we are changing here the value for the hashtag. And then for the default value, we are going to use the field dot value. So the default value is going to be this default value that we have here. So the first value on the array. Okay, so let me format it real quick. And now instead of select, we are going to have the form control like this, which is going to be a component that inside of this component we're going to have the select trigger like this, and inside of select trigger we're going to have the select value like this. So this is right. So this is like to the trigger. The trigger is this little input that you see here, and when we click, this is going to show the select content. So for the select content, we're going to show just, so this is no form, this is going to be field. So field dot on change. There we go. And here below the control, we're going to have the select content like this, and we're going to show the content or the options that we have for the select. So we're going to map the hashtags. So the hashtags from these files, if you remember, from constants. So you're going to map the hashtags, and for each hashtag we are going to show a select item. There we go. And we have to pass here a key since we are using map, and then the key is going to be hashtag dot hashtag since every hashtag is different, and then the value for this hashtag is going to be hashtag dot hashtag. There we go. And then here we're going to pass here a div, which is going to have a class name of flex items center and gap of 1. And finally you're going to show the hashtag dot icon and also the hashtag dot label. There we go. So now let me go back to the app and refresh it. Now you see that we have here the select option, so we can select here the options that we have for the select content, and you see that it's changing, so this is working fine. Okay, the next part is to create here this description part, which is going to be very easy. And for this we are going to install a component that's going to be named text area. So this is going to be npx shadcn latest add text area, like this. There we go, it's imported. And now here below the hashtag, we're going to create here a new div, and this div is going to have a class name of co-span2. So this is going to take the both sides of the column, and inside of this div we're going to have a form field like this, and this form field is going to have a control of form.control and the name of description like this. And this form field is going to render a field just like the others, so field, and this is going to return a form item like this. And the form item is going to first have a label, so form label like this, which is going to be description, and also a form control, so form control like this, which is going to show a text area just like this, the component that we just imported. So we can pass here placeholder, which is going to be give some more info about the video like this, so 3 dots, and then we can spread here the field. There we go, I refreshed the app, and now you can see here the thing, so we can give description about the video. So you can see here that we can resize it. So to fix this, we're going to say class name resize none, just like so. So this is not going to enable us to resize here the description text. Okay, and now here on the below this div that we just created, we're going to create a new one, and this is going to be the last one that we're going to create in this file, which is going to be have a class name of co-span2 like this, and also is going to have a button inside, which is going to say submit, so we can submit the video, and the type of this button is going to be submit like this, and we can leave it like this for now. So don't forget to import the button, so import the button real quick, and there we go. So now you see here the button, so we can submit. And now we are going to move to the next part, which is the form, so we can upload the video. So this is not going to be complicated, it's going to be complex. We are going to use some logic that I bet you never seen before. So I'm going to go here on form, and I'm going to create a file named video form.tsx, and inside of this file we're going to create a functional component. So it's going to be video form, and this video form we can replace on this comment that we created earlier. So it's going to be video form like this, and hopefully here in the app you can see a text saying video form. There we go, we have it here. So you see that it broke our layout. So to fix this, we're going to go here in div and add a class name of co-span2. So this is going to take 2 columns, so this is going to go below. There we go. And now we can add the rest of, so this is going to have a relative, and then mean height of 200 pixels, and then border dashed, and border secondary And finally, we're going to add a hover of border primary, just like this. So here we're going to use this this fragment, because we're going to use the components, which is going to be the form label. So form label, that's coming from components UI form, which is going to say video, just like so. There we go. So now you can see here the label. Alright, so now inside of this div we're going to have a label with some class names. We're saying cursor pointer. There we go. And inside of this label we're going to have another div saying class name flex column, items center, justify center, and height full. There we go. And inside of this div, guess what, another div saying class name with the class name of flex column, item center, but now this time there's going to be just justify center. There we go. And inside of this div we are going to have a paragraph saying upload video, just like this. And this paragraph is going to say class name. It's going to have a class name of text extra large and font semi-bold, like this. And just below here the P tag, we won't have a span saying showing here an icon of a video. So here it's going to be TB video, like this, coming from React icons /TB. We are almost done with the JSX. We still have a lot of logic to do, so I'm going to close here the label so you can see better. And here we're going to do is show, so in this label, still inside of the label on the first div, just here in the first div that we created, we're going to create an input so we can actually upload a video. So the type of this input is going to be file, like this, and the name is going to be upload video. And then we're only going to accept .mep4 on this input. We're not going to accept any type of input besides that one. And also we're going to have a class name of width of 0 and height of 0, so this is going to be hidden. There we go, just like so. And then so we can upload the video, so we're going to pass here on change function, which is going to be on video upload. This is a function that we still have to create, so const on video upload. There we go. It's going to be a callback function. So what we want to do here, so if you look here in our app, the build version, if when I select a video, you see that the video is going to be shown here in this input. So this is what we want to do. So the first task is getting the video, which we already have. It is on video upload function. So in here we're going to get the event, which is going to give us the file of the video. So this is going to be change event of a HTML input element, like this. Okay, so we're going to get, so this event give us some files. So when we get here files, e.target as HTML input element. So this event give us files, and what we want is just the first of them. So file is going to be the first file of this array. if we have an array like this. All right, so if we don't have a file, so if no file was found, then what we are going to do, we are going to say to the user that we could not find the file. So let me get here a toast from toast, that is from use toast, like this. So here I'm going to call the toast function and then pass here the title and say to the user couldn't find any video file. Okay, so if we manage to find the file, we can pass another to another step. So we are going to validate the size of the video. We probably don't want users to upload video with like 5 GB, so we have to prepare for that. So I'm going to create here variable named file size, which is going to be file.size. So we are going to transform this file size in megabytes. So for this, we're going to divide this by 1024 two times. So this is going to give us the file size in megabytes. Okay, so here we can pass a check saying if file size is more than 5 megabytes, then we want to return a toast saying video is too big. So we are preventing from getting videos that are too large for our database. Okay, and then we have a very cool thing from browser that I bet you didn't know. You can actually upload or create URLs for videos directly on the browser. So to do this, you're going to go here and you're going to get here the URL that is coming from url.create object URL, and then here I'm going to pass the file. So then I'm going to console log the URL. There you go. One thing that I have to do here is importing the change event. So now I'm going to try to upload a video. So this one. So once I upload the video, you see that we have here a link to the file. So with this link we can play it already. We don't need to upload to a database. So with this URL we are going to pass this to state. So I'm going to go const video URL and then set video URL. It's going to be a use state like this, and this use state can either be string or no. Okay, so it is going to start as no. So let me import this use state like this. So here, once we get the URL, we can pass here the URL to the state. Okay, and now here on the label, below the label, we can make a check. So if we have a video URL, that means that a video was uploaded. So we can show here a video tag. So this video is going to have a class name. Let me see what is wrong in here. Oh, so it's going to show this or no. So the video is going to be absolute inset 0 with the full height full, and then pointer events none, so we can click behind the video. Okay, like this. And besides that, the class name is also going to have auto play ref, and we are going to create the ref in a minute, and then controls false. we're going to remove here the ref so we can actually see the video, and for this you have to pass a source like this, which is going to be src video URL. So we're going to show the video URL that we got here. So now let me try to, and there we go. Once I upload the video, you can already see here the video playing in the background. So let me try to upload the new one, and once I do that, you see that the video is not showing up, and this is because our browser has a limit of storage. This video is taking a lot of storage from our from the memory of this browser or of this tab, and every tab has like a limit of storage that it can use. So what we have to do is, after we upload a new video, we have to remove the last one that we uploaded. So if I want to change, it doesn't make sense to the last one be still being available on the storage. So this is what we are going to do now. So here, before creating a new URL, we're going to check if we already have a URL of the video, and if we do, then we're going to call the URL revoke object URL and then video URL like this. So this is basically removing the previous URL that we had, and then we can set the video URL back to null since we don't have any URL now. And then to update here the video, we have to call here a ref, use a video ref. So video ref, which is going to be of use ref, and then this is going to be a HTML video element or no. So we are going to start as no like this, and then here on the video you're going to pass here the ref, which is going to be the video ref like this. So every time that we add a new video, what we're going to do, so first we're going to check if we already have a video. So video ref dot, first import the user ref from React like this, and then we're going to check if we have a video ref. So if this part of the app was mounted or created, then what we're going to do is say to the video to load. Okay, so to load from 0. So let me try it again, and let me say here mute so we don't hear this playing. So let me try again, upload here a video, and okay, the video is showing up. Let me try to upload a new one, and the video is showing up. Very nice. And now what we have to do is connect this video form to this to the big input, or to the big form that we got here. Okay, so for this I'm going to accept here a function. Let me just close these files here. So here on the props, so type props, I'm going to accept a function which is going to be named on video change, which is going to be called every time that we change the video. Okay, so this is going to return void. So we got the props here. You go on the structure real quick. So from the props you're going to get this function, and what we are going to do every time that we upload a new video, what we're going to call is the on video change function and passing the file. Okay, there we go. So this file is going to be later used so we can upload to Sanity. Okay, very nice. So now here this is complaint because we don't have a function. So here we're going to call this function, and what we want to do is set here on a state. We're going to create here a state that's going to be named video, and set video. Simple as that. So this is going to be a use state, and this is either going to be a file or this is going to be null. Okay, so this is going to start as null, and when we change the video, we're going to set this video to the new video that we got. Okay, so we are almost done with it. We just need to do the onSubmit function. Okay, so here in the onSubmit we have to do some checks. So we are going to check first if we have a video. So if we don't have a video, how we can upload the video without a video. So we're going to return here a toast saying upload video first. Okay, like this. And of course we have to use the toast. So const toast from use toast, like this. Okay, and then one more thing that we have to do is check if the user is logged in or not. So if the user is not logged in, it doesn't make sense to upload the video. Only the people that are logged in our app can upload a video. Okay, so come on, here state is logged in. Okay, so we're going to say if the user is not logged in, then what we're going to do is return a toast saying you must be logged in to post a video. Okay, like this. And then if the user is logged in and we have a video, then we can upload the video. Okay, so here we're going to upload the video. We can do it later, upload video, and after uploading the video we're going to show here a toast. Okay, we're going to show a toast saying video created successfully. Okay, and okay, so one thing that we can also add is a logged in state. So is loading state. Set is loading, which is going to be a use state, which is going to start as false, like this. And when this is loading, this button is going to be disabled, right? So we're now going to be able to click on the button while this is loading. Okay, so and this is going to start loading once we start to upload the video, and when we upload the video, this is going to be back as false. Okay, so now we just have to upload the video, which is our last mission. Okay, so as you may guess, we are going to go to the services, and on services we're going to create here a new folder, which is going to be video. Inside of video we're going to create the index.tsx. Let me open this all the way. So this is going to export a sync function named create video, and this is going to accept some data, which we're going to specify which is right now. Okay, so the data is going to be a video, which is going to be a file, and the form schema. So everything else that we got on the form. So what this is going to give us is type with the video of type file, and then the caption of string, hashtag of string, and then description of string or undefined. Okay, so if you remember the way that we create things in Sanity is with documents. Okay, so first we are going to go to Sanity and then schema types, and here we're going to create a new type which is going to be video. So video.ts. Okay, in this file we're going to create the schema so we can upload the video to Sanity. So it's going to be video type. It's something like we did on here on user. It's very similar. Okay, so here it's going to be define type, and it's going to start with a title which is going to be video, and then the name which is going to be video. The type is going to be a document, and this video is going to have some fields. Okay, so fields, the first field, so define field. The first field that we're going to have is a title, is a caption. Okay, so title is going to be caption, name is going to be caption, and then the type of this caption is going to be string, of course. Not only that, we're also going to have the reference to the author. So we're going to reference which author created this video or which user created this video. So it's going to be title, which is going to be author like this, and then we can give a name of author like this. And what is going to be the type? The type is going to be a reference, because we are going to reference to the type of user. So we are going to say, so we are saying to Sanity that our author is going to be a user. So we are reference to this schema right here. And then one other field that we're going to have is going to be the description. So description like this, and then the name is going to be description. The type is also going to be a string. Okay, there we go. And then two more fields that we have to do, it's the hashtag. So title, hashtag, name is also going to be a hashtag, and the type is going to be a string. Okay, so I'm going just to copy it so you can type faster. And the last one is going to be a video URL, so a URL to the video. Okay, so video URL like this, and the type is going to be URL. Let me just import here this function so Sanity stops complaining. And now let's go to Index.js, and we're going to add this video type that we just created. Okay, so now let me go back to our app and go to Studio, where we have Sanity running. So if you go here on video, you'll see that now we have, and if I click here on create, you'll see that this is what we are creating. So we have a caption, we have an author, and if you click here, you will going to show us all of the users. So it's a reference to the users table, and then we're also going to have the description, hashtag, a video URL. Okay, so I'm going just to remove this because we're going to do this automatically in our app. Okay, going back to the create video function that we were creating. We first have to upload the video, so there's going to be video asset. So we're going to upload the video on Sanity. So we're going to await Sanity, and then we're going to use assets upload. So Sanity also allow us to upload files. So there's going to be a file, and the data, and the file is going to be data.video. Okay, so what this is going to do, this is going to give us a video URL, right? So this is going to be video asset dot URL. Very nice. Okay, and then one more thing that we need is the user that uploaded this video, and the user that uploaded this video is probably the user that is authenticated. So we can call a function named get outfit user ID, and if you remember, the only thing that this function does is go to the cookies and look for a token, and if it finds the token, is going to return the ID that is inside of this token. Okay, and then what we can do is, if we don't find any user ID, if we don't have any user ID, or the video URL is undefined, then we can return. So just not going to upload the video. Okay, but if we have them both, what we're going to do is create the video. Okay, so here we're going to create a document, and we're going to specify here the type, which is going to be a video, is the name that we gave to the video, and then the caption is going to be the data.caption. The description is going to be data.description, and then the hashtag is going to be data.hashtag. The video URL, video underline URL, is going to be the video URL, and then the author is going to be a reference to a user ID. Okay, so we're going to say to Sanity that this user ID, so it's going to look for a user with this exact ID that we are passing right here. So this is going to be a reference. Okay, with this we are going to get a video from Sanity. Okay, so we're going to await Sanity to create this document that we just created. Okay, with this we can return this video as a video. Okay, we still have to create this type, so I'm going to create it real quick. We are going to here on types and create a new one, which is going to be video.ts, and we are going to export a type. It's going to be named video, and this video is going to have an ID, which is going to be a string, a caption, which is going to be a string, a description, which is going to be a string, a video URL, which is going to be a string, and a hashtag, which is also going to be a string, and then an author, which is going to be of type user. Okay, so this is going to return this video. Okay, so this is complaining, so TypeScript is complaining. To fix this, we can go here and say as unknown. This is because we don't have like a type here on this document. So using this the code right here, this is going to make TypeScript stop complaining. Okay, I guess this is it. With this we have everything working. Okay, so now let me go to the form, and here on the form I am going to create the video. Okay, so let's say cause video doc, since this we're going to name it video doc, and we're going to wait, we're going to call this create video function, and if you remember, we need to pass this data right here. So this is going to be data. The data is coming from the onSubmit function. Okay, so data from schema. If you remember, this onSubmit is being called here, and this data is going to be passed in this function. Okay, so we need the data and also the video. Okay, and the video is going to be this video right here. Okay, that we are getting from this another form. There we go, and this is also going to be a sync, so we can call this a sync like this. Let me see if the error is going to go away. And now since the video is created, we can redirect the user to the video that he just created. Okay, and for this we're going to use the router. Okay, so I'll create here const router. We're going to use router is a hook from Next.js that help us to redirect the user. Okay, so we are going to call the router dot push. So we're going to push the user to video slash and then the ID of the video that he just created. So it's going to be video doc and then ID. Okay, this is a lot of code that we just made right here, so hopefully everything is working. Okay, and now TypeScript is complaining because video document can be undefined, right? So if it's undefined, so if we don't have any video document, what we can say is return here a toast saying an error occurred trying to upload the video. Okay, so something might go wrong when we try to upload the video. Okay, this TypeScript stops complaining. Okay, so now let me refresh here the app, and hopefully this is working. And we got an error. This is because we are importing use router from the wrong library. This is going to be next/navigation and not router. So if you have here router, this is going to give you an error. So fix this to navigation. Okay, so now let me put here the schema, the Sanity side by side of the app. So hopefully when we click on the submit button, so in this button, the video is going to be uploaded here on Sanity. Okay, so let me try to upload here a video. Can be this one. Let me give a caption and a description, and now let me click submit, and there we go. Now you see that we have a new file or a new entry in our database. So it has the caption that we just gave. It also have the author, so the author that created the video, so it refers to this user, which is the user that created the video, and has the description, the hashtag, and the video URL. Let's just check if we can actually see the video. So I'm going to paste it right here, and there we go. You see the video here playing, and you can already see that it pushes to the video page. Okay, which we are going to do it in a minute. Right guys, so now we can move to the next part, which is the video player or the video details page. As you can see, this part is very easy. It consists in two sections, one where we have the video and the video player. As you can see, you have the video playing right here, and then on the right side we have more information about the video, such as the author, the hashtag used for this video, and then the title, description, and as well here the reaction, so the number of likes, the comments, and the list of the comments, and as well a form where we can write comments. So not only that, those two buttons are fully functional. So if I comment, if I like, I can like or dislike the video, and I can also comment to the video. And as you can see, that's fully working. So that's what we're going to do right now. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is go here below where we create the video and just console log. So I'm going to console log the video ID so we can actually go to the page. So I'm going to go here on the create page, and I'm going to upload a new video. It can be this one, and then I'm going to say hi, and then give some description, and then give like a comedy, and then say submit. We didn't really need here the console log because it takes right to the video ID page, so we can start working on there. Okay, so I'm going to close all of the files here so we can clean work in a clean environment. And as you might guess, we're going to create here a new page, which is going to be video. Okay, so here inside of app, I'm going to create a new page named video, and then this video is going to have an ID and then page.tsx. Okay, so a new page that we are creating here. So basically it's a new page which is going to be dynamic, is why we are using these brackets, and then page.tsx. So this Next is going to consider this as an actual page. And the minute that you do that, you can actually see that we don't get the 404 again, we get here the page. Alright, so we can start with the first thing that I think is the more obvious, which is getting the video. Okay, so let me put this side by side. So it's going to be export a default async function like this, and we have to get the video. Okay, so we're going to await to get the video. All right, like this. And as you may guess, this function is not created yet, so we're going to create it right away. So we're going to go to services and then video and then index.ts. I don't know why is this tsx, this is supposed to be ts. Okay, so we are going to export an async function and then get video is the name of the function, which we first need the ID so we can actually know which video we are fetching. Okay, so now we're going to create the query so we can actually fetch the video, and then with this query we are going to get the video, and we can await Sanity to fetch. So Sanity to fetch, and I'm doing this in the wrong place, it was supposed to be here. So we can await Sanity to fetch with that query that we created, and finally we can return the video as type video like this. Okay, so we are going to create the query right now. So what we're going to do is fetch everything that we have in the database that is of type video. All right, and I'm sorry, it has to be on quotes. So video, and then which has the ID that is equal to the ID that we passed here. Okay, so we are going to get the first match. Okay, so this is going to come as an array, and we're going to get the first match. All right, so and now we have to use this curly braces, and then 3 points here, and then author, and this arrow right here. This 3 points is to get everything that I think it's better to show you on the actual vision, so it's easier to understand. So I'm going to go here to the studio, and I think I have to restart the server because of the name that I gave to the file. Restart the server. Okay, so I'm here on Sanity Vision, and we can create here our queries. So we're going to use the same query that we have here, so everything that is of type video, and the ID is going to be equal to, let me get here the ID here on, go to the video and then copy here the ID. Okay, so this is going to give you the ID, and I'm going to get the first match. Okay, so I'm going to hit fetch, and what is going to happen is that we get everything that we should have, so description, hashtag, and video URL, and then caption. And also we have one of the most important things, which is the author. Okay, so as you can see, we don't have like the name, the email, and profile pic. We get a ref. Okay, and if you remember here where we create here the schema for the video, the user or the author is actually a reference. Okay, so what Sanity is doing here is reference to the user that we have. Okay, so instead, as you may know, we don't want a ref like this, we want the actual user. And to do this, we go here and open curly brackets and then say author, and then we use this forward arrow to say to I don't want to say to Sanity that you don't want the rev, you want the actual user. Okay, so doing this, you only thing that you get is the author, which it's also not ideal. We want everything that we have for the video and the author. We just don't want the author. Okay, so we use these three dots to say that we want every property that we have on the video and also the author. Okay, so doing this again, you see that we have everything that we have for the video and also for the author. Okay, so this is exactly what we are going to do here and on our get video function. Okay, so our get video function is ready. We can already import here on the video ID page, and as you see, we have to pass here an ID, and as you may guess, the ID comes right here on the page. So here we get the params, and inside of the params we get the ID. Okay, so as we use in TypeScript, we have to specify everything. So props, and then we have params, and inside of params we have an ID, which guess what is a string. Okay, so this ID we can pass it to here to the get video function, and with this we have the video information. Just to check it out, I'm going to console log here just to make sure. Okay, so console log the video, and I'm going to open here the terminal because it's where we have our server running, and you can already see here the video. All right, so everything is working. All right, so now we are going to start creating the interface. All right, so here on the div we're going to add a class name of flex column and gap of 4, and on medium this is going to be flex row. So this is going to be for responsibility. There we go. And as I said, the first thing here that we're going to do is the video player. All right, so I'm going to create here so go here to components, and I'm going to create a new component named video player, and this is going to be a public component because we're going to use it multiple times on the home page and on the details page. Okay, so this component is going to be fairly easy. Okay, so we're going to accept some props, which is the video. Okay, of course we have to get the video to show it out, and we are going to define here the props. There we go, and get them. So the video is coming from props, right? Okay, so here we're going to show a div with a class name of relative, bg secondary, and then rounded, and then here max with the full like this, and max height of 80 vh, and then flex justify center. Let me just open here all the way. Justify center, item center, and aspect of here we're going to pass a custom aspect. It's going to be 9/16. This is going to give you the aspect from like the TikTok videos, so 9/16. And then here we're going to show the actual video. All right, so video like this, and we're going to give a class name of object contain, and the video is going to be always on a loop like on TikTok. Okay, so this video needs a source so we can actually play. So it's going to be source and then video URL that we get from the props. And if for some reason we cannot load this video, what we're going to show is div saying couldn't load the video. Right, so just like this. Okay, so with this we should see our video playing. So I'm going to go here and say video player, and we have to pass here the video, which is going to be here the video, right? So now I'm going to refresh. I mean, it's here, and hopefully we should see the video, and there we go. now you see here that we have a video. All right, but two things here: we don't see the video playing, and we cannot pause or dispose the video like in our pre-built app right here. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. So let me open here this again. So going to the video player, what we're going to do is use a reference. Okay, so if you're using a reference or a use ref, we have to use the use client here because we're using a hook. Okay, so the reference that we're going to have is the video ref, which is going to be a reference to a HTML video element or null. Okay, so when we start, it's going to be null, right? So the video ref is going to reference here to this video. All right, so we can pass here ref and then video ref. So this is going to be a reference to this video, and then we can pass here a use effect. And what this use effect is going to do is having the functionality to play or display here, to play or pause the video. All right, so for this, besides the use effect, I'm going to create here another state, which is going to be is paused. Okay, so we know when the video is paused or not. So set is paused, and pass your use state. So it's going to start like as false maybe. Okay, so this use effect is going to update every time that the is paused is updated. All right, so here we're going to make a logic like if is paused, what we're going to do to the video is pause the video. Okay, so we're going to do current and then pause. All right, so if the video is paused, then we're going to pause the video, and if it's not paused, we are going to play the video. Easy as that. All right, and how do we pause or dispose or play the video? All right, we go here on this div, and when we click here on the div, that means that we want to pause or play the video. So we're going to set is paused to the reverse of is paused. Okay, so if it's paused, then it's going to be, this is going to play, and if it's playing, then it's going to pause. So this is going to be like the reverse of the paused. All right, so now you see here the video is paused, and when I click, it's not playing anymore. There you go. But if you see here, our video player is very boring. Okay, it's working, but it's boring. If you go here to our built version of the app, you can see that it's much better. When the video is paused, we have like a darker background, and when we hover on it, it has a darker background, and when we click, you see here this icon showing. So this is what we're going to do here on our app. All right, so the first thing that we have to do here is here on the div, we're going to create here a div below the video, and you're going to add a class name. Okay, so this is going to be a dynamic class name. So we're going to add transition. Let me open this all the way. So this is going to be transition all, hover, opacity 100. So this is only going to show when we hover, and if this is paused, then we won't show opacity 100. So this is going to show when we hover, or when the video is playing. I mean when the video is paused. Okay, so opacity 100, and if it's not paused, then we're not going to show any background. Okay, and then you're going to add a z10. So this is going to appear above the video. Okay, so z10, and then background black. This is the background with 40 of transparency, and then absolute inset 0, and then flex item center, and justify center, so we can center here the icon. Okay, so the icon, we're going to put this inside So if it's paused, then we're going to show the icon, and if it's not paused, then we're not going to show anything. So no, and the icon is the FA play. All right, that's coming from React Icons, React Icon / FA. All right, so then we can add here class name, which is going to be text for XL. All right, so with this we should have this working. All right, so let me see. So here when I hover, you see that this video is with the hover animation, and when I play, when I click, you see that this is paused. Okay, while I was doing this part of the app, I noticed that we got here an error, which is saying invalid signature. So invalid signature, I think it has to have with the token or something like this. Okay, so let me try to see if I can fix that. So I guess for you the error didn't show up, and for me show up because I was running two apps on the same domain, so local host, and what was happening is that both of my apps had the same name, the cookie, and different private keys. So you don't have to worry about that. The only thing that I did here, and you don't need to do that only if you're running two apps at the same time, is changing here the name for the cookie name. All right, so I just add auth token and two ends like this, or maybe what I can do is two underlines, so it's better. So you don't have to worry about that. It's just on my end what that is happening. All right, so we can move here to the next part. So our video is playing, so that's good. We can move to the next part, which is doing here the information part. All right, so I'm going to go back to the page and close here everything since we don't need them. All right, and we can start doing the next part. All right, so I'm going to go back here to the app, and the next part that I'm talking about is here where we have the user, the hashtag, the title, and the description. So we can start doing this. All right, so I'm going to add here a div, and this div is going to have a class name of flex column, justify between, and width of full, and overflow of auto. All right, and inside of this div we're going to have another div which is going to say class of border secondary, and then flex column and gap 4, and height of full and p6. All right, so inside of this div we are going to create one more public component here on components, because they're going to use it multiple times. So the name of this component is going to be video info. All right, so I'm going to create it real quick. There we go. And as you may guess, what this component is going to do is show information about the video. All right, so if you go here to our app, you can see that we use this top part of the component multiple times. So we have it here, and then when we go to the details page, you can already see here the component again. So there's no need to write in the same code twice. We can write once in a component. All right, so I'm going to create here a functional component which is going to be named video info, and here we're going to accept some props, and the only thing that we need from the props is the video. All right, so video is going to be video like this. All right, and we can get right array here, so video, there we go, and we can start typing the class names. All right, so the class name is going to be space y4. I'm going to put here the video info right away so I can see. I put the video here inside, so video. All right, and inside here of this div I'm going to create another one which is going to have a class name of flex item center and gap 2 and p2. So this is going to be the part where we show the user information. All right, so this is going to be image like this, and we're going to show the user profile or the author profile. So it's going to be video.author.picture URL, and then width, and make sure that you import here the image from next/image, and there's going to be a width of 50, a height of 50, and then alt is going to say author avatar like this. And finally, we're going to add a class name of rounded full, so we're going to have a rounded image. All right, let me refresh here the page, and the error that you probably got is invalid src prop, and then you gave here the URL saying that hostname blah 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 is not configured on their image in Next.js config. And this is because Next.js protects the URL, so we can only use images that are on some URLs that we accept. All right, and to tell Next.js that we accept this URL, we have to go here to next config. So you go here on the root and you can find next config. And a trick that I always do is use Ctrl and P and then type the name of the file, and I can find it quicker. Okay, so here in next config, we're going to say images like this, and then remote patterns. I mean, this is an object, and then remote patterns, and then here we're going to add an array, and the first element of this array is an object saying hostname, and then LH3. You can just copy here the hostname. Okay, so it's going to be this one, and put here on hostnames. All right, and then let me try to refresh. So what you're doing here is saying to Next.js that you accept this this hostname on your app. All right, so every time that we change here the next config, our app has to be restarted. So I'm going to restart it right away. So npm run dev, and then refresh here the app. Very nice. You can already see here the video profile, I mean the user profile here. All right, and we also need other things. Okay, so I'm gonna format it here real quick, such as the link. We need the link to the user page, so with the link and the next link. So the href is going to be /user, and then the video.author.id. So it's going to take you to the user page, and also we need the class name of hover underline. So when we hover, it's going to show an underline, and then for the name, it's going to be video.author.name. So we are going to show the name of the author. All right. So doing this, we should see here the name and the title. There we go. So the name and the profile pic. Very nice. All right. So here below the div, we can show the hashtag. And if you remember, we created this component as a public component, so it's easier to use now. So we just have to pass here the hashtag and then video.hashtag. Okay, and doing this is going to find a hashtag with the same hashtag that we passed, and hopefully it's going to show up here. There we go, comedy. Very nice. And then we can pass here a span where we have to show here the video dot caption and also the video dot description. Very nice. So this span, the first span, is going to have a class name of font bold, text for XL, and block. All right, there we go. And here the description is going to have a class name of text XL and text neutral 500. All right, so with this, we completed here the part where we have the user profile, the video profile, and the text. So we can go ahead and run this. So we have the user profile, the video profile, the text, and the text neutral 500. All right, so with this, we completed here the part where we have the user profile, the video profile, the text, and the text neutral 500. All right, so with this, we completed here the information about the video. And now we're going to move to the most difficult part, which is the likes and the comments. All right, so we can go back here to the page where we are showing here the info. All right, and below this div, I'm going to create here another div, which is going to have a class name of bg secondary, and then height of 1 pixel. This is going to show here a border below. There we go, you have here a border. And now we're going to move to the part where we have the likes and the comments. All right, so here we're going to have a div saying with a class name of p6 and then space dash y dash 12. All right, and inside of this div we're going to have another one saying class name flex item center and then gap 2. All right, so let me format it real quick. So outside of this div here, just below this div with a p6, here first we're going to have the comment list, so the list of the comments, and then down below it we are going to have the comment form. All right, so we are going to start with the likes functionality, all right, which is, I think, is easier, and then we can move to the next part, which is the comment list and the comment form. All right, so here inside of this gap 2 div we are going to show here the reactions. All right, so the first reaction is a like button. All right, and this button is going to have some, I'm not going to say very complicated, I'm going to say complex logic that we have to do. All right, so here on the video and then video ID, I'm going to create here a component which is going to be like button, like this, and then tsx.tsx, and I'm going to put the button right here, so like button. There we go, and hopefully you can see here like button. There we go, you have it here. Okay, before doing the actual button, I'm going to create here a reusable component, because if you see here we have here 3 identical components, and we are going to create here a component so we don't have to copy and paste multiple times. All right, so the name of this component, I'm going to create it right here because it's not that complex. So I'm going to export a function named video button. All right, and this is going to accept a lot of things. All right, so we can leave like this for now. Okay, one of the things that we need is the icon, and the icon is going to be a React node. All right, and then we can show here a button. I mean, we can return a button like this, and we're going to pass here span where we show here the icon. All right, so here in the like button, I'm going to use the button right away. All right, so I'm going to have here a form, and inside of this form I'm going to use this video button like this. So as you can see, this is already complaining because we need to pass here an icon. All right, and the icon that I'm going to use is the IO heart, like this. All right, there you go, and there you go, you can already see here the icon. Of course, we have to pass some types to here, and one of them, so here on the bottom I'm going to say class name, I'm going to say text XL, so extra large, and then p3. So here in the class name I'm going to say flex items center gap of 1 text XL p3 bg secondary, and then rounded full. And when we hover, I want to show here a background secondary with a transparency. All right, so now you see here the button looking very good. And if you go back here to the app, you can see that we have a number. So this is the number of likes that we have for this video. All right, so we are going to implement this here. Okay, so we're going to add here a span, and here we're going to show the count, or the number of likes that we have. Okay, so here I'm going to say count, and then say count, which is going to be a number, which is going to be it's going to be optional, because not every button that we have here in the app is going to have a number, such as this button right here. Okay, so then here I'm going to create here a const, which is going to say show counter, because as I said, not every button needs a counter. So I'm going to check if count is a number. Okay, so if it's undefined, then it's going to be false. Okay, and if this is going to be false, here on the show counter, we're not going to show anything if it's false, so we're going to show no. And if it's true, then we can pass here a span right here with a class name of text white. Right, so we can show the count of the button. Okay, so I want to see, for now I'm going to go here and say count and then 1, so we can see something. And there we go. And also here on the bottom, we're going to have some dynamic classes. Okay, so when we have a counter or not. Okay, so I'm going to transform this into a dynamic block. There we go. And I'm going to go here and say show counter. So if we're showing a counter, then we are going to use a flex item center, gap 1, and text OXL class names, so we can pass this into the first one. And if we are not showing a counter, then we can say text to XL. All right, so the next part is here, if either the button is active or not. So when it's active, this is going to show here this red color, and if it's not, this is going to show this white color like this. All right, so this is what we're going to do. So here we're going to add a new prop, which is going to be active. So here active is going to be a boolean. All right, so we are going to add here a class name saying if it's active. Then what we're going to do, we're going to show a text primary, and if it's not, we're not going to show anything. All right, so we can pass here active just to test it out. So active is going to be true, just to see if this is going to turn primary. There we go. And then when I say false, then this is not going to be in the red color. Very, very nice. All right, I think this is it for this component. We're going to add some things later, but for now we're going to leave like this. All right, so here on the like button, we are going to just down below it, we are going to have another video button. So video button like this, and this is going to be for the comments. So icon is going to be AI, and then fill message. It's going to be an icon for the messages, and we have to import this component real quick. So import this from React icons /AI. There we go. And for the count, I'm going to leave as 0, and active is going to be false. All right, so this is going to show the number of comments that we have. For now, I'm going to leave like this. And finally, this is going to be another video button, and this button is going to be for the share. Okay, we're not going to create the share functionality because it doesn't make sense. All right, so it's going to be IOMD share. All right, and again we have to import this icon. So import this from React icons /io5 or AO. There we go. There we go. Now we have the 3 buttons that we need. All right. So now with the buttons here working, now with the buttons here, we can start creating the functionality to like or dislike the video. All right. So for this to make the like functionality, I'm going to go to Sanity and then schema types and create here a new document, which is going to be like.ts. So all right, so here on this file, I'm going to export a const named like type, and this is going to be we're going to define here type, which is going to have a title of like, and then the name of like, and then it's going to be of type document, like this, and we're going to have some fields. Right, we're going to have a field because it's just going to be one. So we're going to define here a field. It's going to be title, so title is going to be video, and then name is going to be video, and then it's going to be of type reference. Okay, and then this is going to be a reference to a type named video. Okay, so this is going just to be a reference to this video right here. Okay, so we have to create this document because this is how we are going to create the likes. All right, via this document. We could add a field here on the video and define here a new field which would be like, but like is going to have some it's going to be a bit complex, so we don't want to put everything in one place. All right, so I'm creating here a new document for the likes, and here on the index.ts I'm going to add it here, so like type right here. All right, so hopefully here on the structure, you refresh, and hopefully here on the Sanity Studio you must see here a folder for the likes. All right, so now we can go back to the like button and start doing the functionality. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do here, this is going to be a client component, so I'm going to use client right here because we're going to use hooks inside of this file. And the first thing that we are going to do is create here a use effect, and we are going to fetch data on the old way of React. Okay, so we're going to have a use effect here to fetch the data, and then we're going to have here a state which is going to be the like info. So first we're going to fetch the like information. Okay, so set like info and then use state, and on the like info we're going to have the number of likes, so count, and if the user has liked the video or not. Okay, so at start this is going to be 0 and false. All right, and we can create here a type for the information. Okay, so type info. This is going to have a count, which is a number, and also a has liked property, which is going to be a boolean. All right, nice. Okay, so here on the use effect we are going to call a function which we have to create here on services. So here on services, create a new folder named like, and then like.index.ts. All right, so we are going to create here a function that is going to be named So create here function that's going to be named get video likes info, okay, and like this. Okay, one property that we need is the video ID, which is going to be a string like this. Okay, so as I told you, what we need for the information for the video is the count and if the user has liked or not. Okay, so I'm going to create here a property named count. Okay, and what we're going to do is create here another function which is going to be named get video like count. All right, so we need a video ID again, which is going to be a string like this. Okay, so we need the count like here, and what we're going to do is go to the Sanity and we are going to do some query. All right, so we can pass here query, which we are going to do right now. So const query like this, and we are going to, okay, to get the count is very easy. What we have to do is just a query. Okay, and for this query we are going to use a Sanity function, which is count. Okay, count is going to give you the number of the returned elements. So here we are going to look everything that we have in our database of type like, and the video dot ref is equal to the video ID that we have. Okay, and then we can return here the count. Okay, so what we're doing here is looking for every likes documents that we have, which the video reference or the video ID is equal to this ID that we have here. Okay, doing this is going to give you the number of likes, so we can call here get video like count and pass here the video ID. All right, the count is not the only thing that we need. We also need the information if the user has liked or not. So has liked, we are going to also create here another function, which is going to be export. I mean, we don't have to export this one. It's going to be function has user liked video. All right, and as you may guess, we need the video ID here, which is going to be a string. Okay, so first we have to know which user we are talking about. So we are going to get the user ID via this get auth user ID function that we get from our auth. Okay, so we're going to know the user ID that we have, and if for some reason we don't have a user ID, that means that the user is not authenticated, so we're not going to like the video. We're going to return right away. The way that I created here the likes is that every like has a unique ID. So I'm going to create here a like ID. Okay, and this is going to be unique, as I said, because first we are going to have the user ID and then dot and then the video ID. Okay, so this is going to be unique. Okay, so when we find a like with this exact ID, so with user ID and then video ID, that means that the user has liked. Okay, because the user ID is here inside. Okay, so here we can create here a has liked variable, which is going to be await sanity to fetch a query. Okay, so we have to pass here a query again. A query like this. So what we're going to do here is we are going to count how many documents of type like and with this exact ID exists in our database. Okay, if it's bigger than 0, so if we find more than 1 or if we find more than 0, that means that the user has liked. All right, so we can return here has liked. Okay, this is going to come as a boolean variable. Okay, so we can say here as boolean. All right. Okay, so here we can await has user liked and pass here the video ID. All right, and then we can return the count of likes and if the user has liked or not. Okay, so going back here to the like button, we're going to call here the get video likes info. Okay, and we have here to pass the video ID, which we have to get from the props. So video ID is going to come from the props, so type props and video ID is going to be a string. Okay, so we are going to call this function, and once we have the information, so info, we can set the like info like this. All right, there you go. And then here on set like info, we can say as info, so TypeScript stops complaining. There we go. Okay, so now with this information here on the count, we can pass like info and then dot count, so we know how many people have liked the video. And then here on active, I'm going to pass like info dot has liked. So if the user has liked, then this is going to be active, and if he hasn't liked, then it's not going to be active. All right, so now let me refresh here the app, and hopefully you should see 0 and the button that is not active. All right, because if you guess, we haven't liked the video. All right, so now what we're going to do is creating the like functionality. Okay, for this I'm going to go here in the video bottom and add a property which is type, and then say submit, because this button is going to be of type submit. Okay, so here I'm going to accept a new attribute which is going to be type, which is going to be either bottom or submit. Okay, and this is not required, so I'm going to pass here a question mark. Okay, and then here I'm going to say type, which is going to be of type, which is going to be type. Okay, and if we don't pass any type, this is going to be a normal button. There we go. And here's complaining because we didn't pass here the video ID, so we are going to pass here the ID, and there we go. Okay, so now we can start making the like functionality. Right, so here on the form, I'm going to add an action which is going to be named handle like or dislike. Okay, so we have to create this function, so I'm going to create a function with that name, which is going to be async. All right, there we go. All right, the first thing that we're going to do is check if the user is logged in or not, because only people that are logged in can like the video. Okay, so I'm going to create here a const which is going to be is logged in, and they're going to use the use of state that we created. So it's going to be state is logged in, so we have the information if the user is logged in or not. And probably we want to update this use effect every time that the user logs in or logs out. Okay, so if the user is not logged in, what we're going to do is return a toast, which we also have to import. So const toast from use toast. Go. So we're going to show a toast with a title saying you must be logged in to like the video. All right, there we go. So if the user is logged in, then we can move to the next part, which is actually liking the video. Okay, so here I'm going to create a variable which is going to be new count, because we're going to update the counts number, and it's going to start as like info.count, and also let new has liked, which is going to start as like info.has liked. Okay, so here we're going to create a logic that if like info.has liked, so if user has liked the video, then the new has liked is going to be false. All right, so we're going to update here the variable, and then I'm going to create here a new if, and if new count is bigger or equal to 0, then the new count is going to start being the new count -1. Okay, and then else, so if we haven't liked the video, then the video is going to be, the new has liked is going to be true. Okay, and then the new count is going to be new count +1. Okay, so this is actually a bit confusing. So here first we check from the like info that we got on the state to know if we like the video or not. So if we liked, when we click on this button again, that probably means that we want to dislike the video. Okay, so first we set the new has liked to false because we're going to dislike the video, so it's going to be false. And then we're going to update here the count, which is, first we check if the count is bigger or equal to 0, then we are going to decrease the count number. Okay, and then if we haven't liked and we click the video, that probably means that we want to like the video, so we set the liked as true, and then we increment here the count. Okay, with this we can update the like information. Okay, passing here the count as new count and has liked to new has liked, and this is a state. So when we update this state, then this video button is going to be updated, so the count is going to be updated and the active is going to be updated as well. Okay, and finally the most important part, we have to like or dislike the video. Okay, which is the function that we're going to create in a minute. So we need to pass the video ID, so we know we want to like or dislike, and then pass here information that is the has liked information. Okay, so now we are going to create this function. So I'm going here and export a sync function, which is going to be like or dislike video. There we go, and we're going to accept a video ID as I told you, which is going to be a string, and also the has liked, that is going to be a boolean. All right, there we go. So now let me go here to the like button and import this function. And there we go, very nice. And here on this function, what we're going to do is first get the user ID. Okay, so it's going to be get Auth user ID, and if we don't have any ID, the problem is that the user is not logged in, so we can return right away. So return. Okay, and then we are going to create the like ID. As I told you, the like ID is going to be the user ID and then dot the video ID. So it's going to be a unique ID. So video ID like this, and then we're going to check if we has liked the video. That probably means that now we want to dislike the video. So we're going to use the sanity.delete, which is going to delete the like right away. And if we haven't liked the video, the problem is that we want to like the video. So what we're going to do is await sanity to create, if it doesn't exist yet, a type like with the ID of the like ID. Okay, so now I'm going to pass here the video, which is going to be a reference. So if you remember, we passed a reference to the like, which is going to be the video ID. Okay, so with this we have the like functionality pretty much made. So now we can return here to the like button. Okay, with this, hopefully our like functionality is working. So let me test it out. Let me refresh first the page and put here the Sanity Studio side by side. Alright, so when I click here, it's supposed to show a like in here. So let me click, and there we go. Now you see that this is active and we have here a like. And when I click again, this is supposed to be deleted. So let me click, and there we go. Now we have the like functionality working. We can move to the next part, which is creating the comments. Okay, so I'm going to close here everything, and I'm going to go to the video page. There we go, where we have here the comment list and the comment form. The comment is going to be way easier than the likes. So the first thing that we have to, so here we have to create a new schema, which is going to be for the comments. So comments.ts, and here we're going to export a const named comment type, which is going to be a defined type. There we go. We're going to pass here a title, which is going to be comment, and then the name, which is going to be comment as well, and then the type of this document is going to be document, and we have to pass some fields. All right, so fields like this, and define field, and this field is going to have everything that the comment should have. So the title, so we need the text to know the actual comment. The name is going to be text, and this is going to be a string. Okay, so you also need the video to know which video we have commented. So video like this, and this is going to be a reference. So this is going to be a reference to the video. There we go. And finally, the author. We have to know which person has created the comment. Okay, so it's going to be author, and then reference like this, and this is going to be a reference to the type of user. There we go. Now with this created, we can move to the next part, which is creating here the form. So here on the video /id, I'm going to create the comment form.tsx. Okay, so create a functional component, and this is going to be we're going to use the form from chat.cn. So I'm going to import everything that we need here right now. So import from components, and then UI, and then form. Okay, so we need the form, we need the form control, we also need the form field, the form item, and the form message. Besides that, we also need the input. So import input from components input. There we go. And as you may know, when we create a form, we have to have a schema first. Okay, so I'm going to create here the schema, which is going to be an object, and the only thing that we need is the text. Okay, so string and minimum 1 character, so at least has to have 1 character. And then from the props, the only thing that we need is the video ID, so we know which video we are commenting. So we need, just to get it real quick, video ID, which is going to be a string. There we go. And then here we have to create a form, so we can create here using the use form, and then we can infer here the type of form schema. We have done this multiple times, so and this infer is here. There we go. And now what we have to do is pass the resolver, which is going to be the Auth resolver, and pass here the form schema inside. There we go. And now it's time to create the actual form, so I'm going to go here and say form and pass here the form. We have done this multiple times, so I think you're comfortable with this. So form here, and then we're going to have a class name, which is going to be flex item center, justify between, and then gap 3. There we go. And we only need a one form field, and we have to pass here the control, which is going to be form.control, and then the name is going to be text, and the only thing that we're going to render is here this input. Okay, so we're going to return here from item, and then it's going to have a class name of grow, so it's going to take the whole space, and then inside of this form item we're going to have the form control, and inside of the form control we are going to have the input. So this input is going to have a placeholder of write a comment about the video, 3 dots like this, and we can press spread here the field. All right, there we go. So besides that, we also going to have a button just below it, so button, there we go, and the button is going to say comment like this, and the type of the button is going to be submit. All right, so now we are going to go here on the comment form and make it appear, so comment form like this, and pass the video ID. There we go. So hopefully we can see here the comment form in our app. So we're just going to refresh it real quick, and we got React hook form is not a function. This is because this is a hook and we are using a server component. So here I'm going to just say use client. So Next.js knows that this is going to be a client component. So let me refresh again. And one thing that I forgot to add here is below the form control, we're going to have the form message. Okay, so form message like this, and there we go. Now you can see here the form showing up. Okay, so we have the form, but we haven't done the functionality yet. So here on the form, I'm going to create a on submit function, and what we're going to do is call the form.handleSubmit, which is going to validate the data, and then call the onSubmit function that we're going to create right now. So const onSubmit. Okay, so on this function, what we're going to get is the data. So data, which is going to have this type. So just going to copy it and create here type of run schema. It's going to be this type, so we can pass it here and here. So we have the types for the data. There we go. And one thing that I like to do is add here state of is loading and set is loading, which is going to be I use state that is going to start as false. So when we start creating the comment, it's going to be a true, and then once we finish, it's going to be false. Okay, so between here we're going to create a comment, and the is loading we're going to use here on the comment. So we are going to disable the button when we are creating a form, when we are creating a comment. Okay, all right, so now what we have to do is create the comment, right? So for this, I'm going to go to services and create here a new service that's going to be for the comments. Okay, so comment / index.ts. And to create a comment is going to be fairly easy. So export the sync function. That's going to be create comment. So we need the data, which you're going to specify in a minute. So the data is going to be the video ID, which is going to be a string. So we need the video ID, and also the text for the comment, which is also going to be a string. There we go. Okay, so first we need to get the user that is authenticated. For this, I'm going to use the get auth user ID. There we go. And if we don't have a user ID, that probably means that the user is not signed in, so we can just return right away. And then if we have the user ID, what we have to do is create the actual comment. Okay, so I'm going to call Sanity, and then what we are going to do is create here a document, and I'm going to create it right away. So const doc is just going to be of type comment, and we need an author for the comment, which is going to be a reference to the authenticated user, so user ID, and then a reference for the video. So this is going to be data dot video ID, just like this, and also the text for the comment, so data dot text. Okay, with the video created, what we have to do is revalidate the path, and you're going to understand later why we are doing this. So revalidate path, and we are going to pass here the video, so /video, and then data dot video ID, and we are going to revalidate the whole page. Okay, so you're going to understand later why we are doing this. Okay, finally here on the comment form, we can call here the create comment function. There we go. And of course we have to await, so await, and then here we have to pass the data, which is going to be the text, which is going to be data dot text, and then the video ID, which is going to be the video ID. All right, so hopefully when I submit, oh, in here we have to pass the async, since we are awaiting here. So hopefully when I submit here, one thing that I forgot to do here on the schemas. So here on schema, where we have the index.tsx, don't forget to add here the comments, the comment type, so you can actually submit. There you go. And let me go back here to Sanity and refresh it real quick. Okay, so hopefully when I submit this form, comments should appear right here. So let me say, oh, and let me sign in first to sign in real quick, and when I say like hello and I comment, there we go. Now you can see that we have here a new comment with the text of hello, with the video, there is this video right here, and the author, which is me. And don't forget to add here a use server on the comment, so this is going to run on the server. It can actually revalidate the path, and this error should go away. There we go. And now we probably don't want to go to Sanity to look for to see the comments. We want to see the comments right in our app. Okay, so for this we are going to create the list, the comment list that we got here. Okay, so again, I'm going to create here a new component. This is going to be comment list.tsx, and in here we are going to show all of the comments. So export a default async function that we need some props. So props, and the only prop that we need is the ID. Okay, so we can get the ID right away here on the prop. So what we're going to do here is get the comments via this get comments function that we are going to create right now. So here on the services, I'm going to export a sync function, which is going to be get comments, and we have to pass here get the video ID, which is going to be a string. There we go. And we have to create here a query. This is going to be a large query, and get comments, which is going to be await Sanity to fetch here the query, and finally we can return the comments. And I'm going to create here a new type on types, which is going to be comments.ts or comments like this. Okay, the only thing that we're going to do is export here a type, which is going to be of type comment, which is going to have an ID, which is going to be a string, a text, which is going to be a string, and also an author, which is going to be a user. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now we can create the query, which is get everything that is of type comment, and the video reference or the video ID is equal to the video ID. Okay, so get every comments from this video, and then what we're going to do is get everything and the author. So if you remember, author is a reference. If you see here is a reference, and as I showed you earlier on the likes, to get the actual value of the reference is with this forward arrow. And finally, what we're going to do is call a function from Sanity that is going to order everything on the created add attribute. Okay, so just like this. So this is going to return a comment as a comment array. There we go. So now we can go back to the comment list and import this function and use the comments, right? So here on the page, I'm going to import this comment right away. So comment list, and we are going to pass here the video ID, which is going to be the ID, and I'm going to rename it to video ID, so this is going to be consistent in all of the components. There we go. So here I'm going to use a UL, which is going to be a list, and then I can pass here a class name with space y4, max height of 200 pixels, and overflow auto. Okay, and now we are going to show the comments. So comments map comment. So for each comment we're going to show here a list item, which is going to have a class name of space 6, and then space 1, and then here a key of comment ID. All right, so for some reason, let me see, saying comment doesn't exist on comment. So let me go back here to the comment types. Probably I didn't add here the ID, and we imported the wrong comment. This comment is coming from our types. All right, there we go. So now the error should go away. There we go. Okay, so inside of the list item I'm going to show a div, which is going to have the class name of flex items center, and then gap 2, and the first thing that I'm going to add is the image. So we know, so add here an image from next image, and it's going to have a src of comment dot author dot picture URL, and then width of 30 and height of 30, and finally add a out of author avatar, and for the class names add a rounded full, so it's going to give you a rounded look. There you go. So hopefully we should see here the comments. So I'm going to refresh. Okay, so we don't see the comments. Probably we have an error. So let me console log here the comments to show if the comments came. So let me refresh here and open here the terminal, and we get an empty array. But if you go back here to Sanity and look for the comments, you will see that we do have a comment. So probably the query is wrong. Okay, so let me review here the query, and there you go. Here is not vid, is video, like this. Okay, so make sure that you spell this right, and there we go. Now you can see here the videos and the profile pic right here. Okay, so we still have some class names to add. So here in the comment list, besides the image, we are going to show also a link. So link like this, which is going to show the author dot, the comment dot author dot name, like this, and this is going to have a href, which is going to be dynamic. So we're going to take the user to the author page. So it's going to be comment dot author dot id, like this, and we can remove here the comments since we don't need them anymore. And then here out below the div, we're going to create a p tag, which is going to have comment dot text, so we can see the actual text. And I'm going to add here a class name of bg secondary /10, and then px4 and py 1.5. okay, and then rounded, so we have a rounded look. Just hit refresh again so we can see what we have done. So as you can see here, the list is looking a little bit weird, so I must forgot a class name. So let me just check. So I think it was because of this class name that we have here of height full. so it was taking the whole space that we had for this part. So I think with this, everything must be alright now. So now let me try to add a comment. So very nice, and comment, and there we go. Now you see that we got the comments right here. So let me try to add a new one, so we see if it's working. And I think it's not showing up because I have to add here export const revalidate of 0. So Next.js is going to stop caching the data. So here on the page, I'm going to say export const revalidate again. So Next.js is not going to cache this page. And the only thing that we need to do here is add here this functionality to know if the user has liked the comment or not, and to know how many comments we have for this video. Okay, so here on the page, I'm going to get so here I'm going to get the comments. So I'm going to go here and get the comments. Just going to come from get comments. So here we have to pass the video ID like so, and then we are going to create here another function which is going to be inside of these services, and the function is going to be named export async function. The function is going to be named as user commented. Okay, so it's going to comments, and then we're going to accept here a comments array like so. So it's going to be comment like this. So we're going to take a comment array, and the only thing that we need to do first is know which user is on the page. So we're going to wait get Auth user ID, and if we don't have a user ID, then we're just going to return. Okay, so the only thing that we're going to do here is go to the comments array, and we are going to look to each comment if one of the comments ID, if one of the comments that is inside of the array has the same user ID as this. Okay, simple as this, simple like that. Okay, so with this we get here a variable that's going to be named has commented, which we're going to await has user commented, and then we're going to pass here the comments that we got. So here on the video bottom, the second one, first we can pass here the number of comments that we have, so comments.length, and then active is going to be if the user has commented, just like so. So now let me refresh, and there we go. Now you see that we have this active because we have commented. And now let me try to sign in with a different account, so with this one. And if I sign in with this account, you will see that this is white, is not red, even if I refresh, because I didn't comment on this video. Okay, so now if I comment now, you'll see that the number is going to increase, and we are going to have here this red color because I have commented. Oh, and one thing that I forgot to do is here on the create comment, instead of page here, add layout. Okay, so this is going to refresh the whole layout and not only the page. so you don't have to refresh every time that you add a comment. So if I add a comment now, alright guys, so I was taking a closer look to the code and I noticed that we have one bug here in the comments, and it's that when we comment, the comments don't show up sometimes, and we have to refresh the page manually to make them show up. So I noticed that that is a Next.js 14 bug that hasn't been solved yet. And what we was doing here is, well, we had like a revalidate path right here of the video page, and for some reason this function is not working correctly. As you can see, I'm using the use servers segment right here, so it should work, but it was not working. So the way that I solved this is, let me go here to the page. So here in the page I added the export const revalidate. This is going to make sure that every time that we refresh the page, we are going to get the latest data. And then here on the comments is the same thing, but the difference is this component doesn't get the ID, but instead get the comments, and then we get the comments directly from here. And then here on the comment form, we are using the use client as we was, and then I'm using here the location.reload. So every time that we create a comment, the page is going to reload. So this is not the best way to solve things, but is the only way that I found to solve it. Okay, so now this is working correctly because it's refreshing the data every time. So if I say like hi and comment, this is going to create the comment and it's going to refresh the page automatically, and the comment is going to show up here. So that is working now. So with this working, we can move to the next part, which is making here the feed or the For You page from TikTok that is just showing here the latest TikToks that was created. Okay, so we can start working here on the page, and it's here. It was the first page that was created in the app, and we are going to start working on it now. All right, so the first thing that we are going to do here in this page is getting the latest videos. All right, so for this I'm going to services, so services, and then index.ts. And we have here a lot of functions, but the one that we're going to create now is the get videos. Okay, so we are going to export a sync function that's going to be named get videos, like this. And we are going to first create here the query, and like this, and then we are going to get here the videos. So we are going to await Sanity to fetch the query that we're going to create here. And finally, we can return here the videos. All right. So if you go here to the pre-built app, you can see that we have the normal information about the video, the author, the title, and description. But you can also see that we get some information about how many likes do we have and how many comments the video has. So we are also going to fetch that. So for this, I'm going to use here the vision. So we're going to use here, it's not complex. We're going to use here a query that is a little bit complex, so it's easier to show you. So if I do this, I'm just fetching here a normal video like this. And then what I want is the author. So I'm going to get everything and also the author. And again, I'm going to use this arrow, so I'll get the actual author, not the reference. There we go, I have now the author. And we also need the likes count. Okay, so the number of likes that we have for the video. Okay, so it's going to be likes count. And what I'm going to do is use this function. I think we have used this before. Yeah, we have used here on the like. Let me see. Yeah, we already have used that. So here we'll create another property for the object that we're going to get, which is the name is likes count. And we are going to do is we are going to call this function, and what this function is going to do is get another query, which is get everything from our database, which is of type like. And we are going to call another function that is references, which is saying to this like object is has a reference to this specific video that we are fetching. Okay, so with this, let me fetch again. What we get is this. Okay, so likes count is 0. I'm not sure if we have 0 likes for this post. Let me just make sure. Oh, this I'm doing. Okay, so let me go here in videos, video, and then get, let me see this video. Alright, so we do have 0 likes for this post, but let me like here real quick. So it has now 1 like. Let me fetch again, and now you see here likes count is now 1. Okay, besides the likes count, as you can see, we also need the number of comments. So what we're going to do is similar, is going to say comments count. So we're creating here another attribute for this object. What we're going to do is count how many objects of type comment has a reference to this video. All right, so what we do is we use this and then ID. Okay, so this is going to get how many comments the video has. Okay, so let me go here. It has 29, so if I fetch, it should say 29. There we go, we have now 29. And then finally what we're going to do is just order. So here I'm just fetching one video because I have here the ID. Let me fetch here again. So I have now three items, and then what we're going to do is order everything on the created attribute. So this is going to get the latest videos at first on the For You page. All right, so this is the query that we're going to use. So now I'm going back here to the video, and I'm going to use the query that we just created. So again, I'm going to fetch every video and then get the reference from the author, and then get how many likes and how many comments I have, and then I'm going to order everything. Okay, so this is going to be the function. So I can close the here almost everything because we are not using, so I'm going to close all and then go into the page. Okay, so here on the page now I can get the videos. Okay, so const videos and then await get video like this, and then here on the top I'm going to export const revalidate, so I get the latest data, and Next.js is not going to cache my data. All right, so besides that, I also have to make this async, so we have to wait until the videos are fetched to load the page. Okay, and let me just console log here the videos so I make sure they are here. Okay, so going back to localhost 3000 on the home page, and then I may open here the terminal, and there we go, we now have the video. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is create here a component which is going to be a video list, and what this component is going to do is show a list of all of the videos. So I'm going to go here on the comments and say video list.tsx like this. So create a functional component. There we go, very easy, and get here the props. I'm going to get here the props directly, which is going to be the videos, and the videos are just an array of video. All right, so one thing that I forgot is that this type that we got here of video doesn't apply to the type, to the thing that we get here from the database. What we have the database is everything that this type has. So it has the ID, caption, description, video URL, hashtag, and author, but it also has the likes count. So it also has the likes count and the comments count. Okay, so for this I'm going to create here a new type on this file, which is going to be export. And by the way, to move quickly through the files, use Ctrl and then left click, and this is going to go to the definition of the type or function or whatever. So what we're going to do is go here and say export type, which is going to be the tailed video. So is the normal video, this is going to be the normal video, and then we are also going to include likes count, which is going to be a number, and comments count, okay, which is also going to be a number. There you go. So the video list can accept either a video or a detailed video array. So detailed video, just like so, okay. And what we're going to do here is show a list, and inside of the list we are going to map through all of the videos. All right, so video, and then what we're going to do is return here a video card, which we also have to create. So I'm going here on the components and create another one, which is going to be video card. So RFC, so this is going to create the video card. Okay, so here I'm going to get the props. Let me get directly here. So this is going to be video, and then I'm going to define here the video as it's going to be detailed video, like this. All right, and now we are going to create the JSX. Luckily, everything that we have here is almost created, so we are just going to use the components that we already made. All right, so here on the first div we are going to have flex column, md flex row, gap 4, height full, transition all, border bottom, and border be secondary for the first one. And then we're going to use the video player that we already have it created, so this is just going to show the video. All right, and then we're going to create here another div. This div is going to have the class name of flex column, justify between, width of full, overflow of auto. So this is going to be the part where we have this information. Okay, so I'm going to create here the div, another div, which is going to say class name of border secondary, flex column, and gap of 4, and height of full, and then a padding of 6. Okay, so again we're going to use the video info, is a component that we already created. So I'm going to pass here the video, so we have information. All right, so I'm going just to make sure that this is already visible. So I'm going to go here and video card like this, and as you know, I have to pass here a key, which is going to be the video.id, since every ID is different, and of course pass here the video. All right, so here in the video card, it can either be of type detailed video or of type video, so we are going to accept the both types. All right, so here on the actual page, we are going to, the only thing that we're going to do is just return the video list. All right, so video list like this, and of course pass here the videos. All right, so let me go back here to the page and refresh real quick, and there we go. We can already see here some information. So we have here the video player and the video info, which the component was already created. So now we are going to create here this bottom part where we see the likes, comments, and this bottom see more details. All right, so now going back to the video card here on this div, so below the video info I'm going to have another div, which is going to say class name, which is going to say flex column, gap of 4, font semi bold, text neutral 400, text 2XL, border top secondary, and then PT 6. All right, there we go. This is going to give us this nice border and give the flex styles. So inside of this div, we're going to have another div, which is just going to say class name of flex, item center, gap of 1.5. all right, So inside of this div that we just created, we're going to have an icon of IO heart to show the likes, and then a span just down below it showing the video dot likes count. All right, there we go. Now this is going to show how many likes a video has, and we can just copy this and put down below here, because here we're going to have the AI and then fill message. All right, and this is going to show the comments count. All right, this is not going to accept video because the video don't has these properties. This is why we're getting those errors. And also here we're not going to accept a video array, we're just going to accept here the detailed video. All right, so just to keep the errors away. So here we have the likes. Oh, we also here have to add here likes and here comments. All right, below this last div of the comments, we're going to add here a link. There you go, coming from next link. And here we're going to have a href, which is going to take to the video details page. So it's going to be video slash video ID. All right, so like this. And then inside of this link, we're going to have a span saying see more details, like this. And finally we're going to have here iOS arrow forward. It's just a forward arrow. So this is going to be text XL flex items center. Let me open here the way so you can read better. Gap of 2, border secondary, hover BG primary /10, and then hover border primary transition all, width of fit px4 py 2.5, and finally rounded.full. Now let me just have a quick refresh here just to make sure that. So here on the video player, I'm just going to set this as true. So this is going to start as paused. All right, so this is only going to play when we say to. All right, so just going to set. All right, believe it or not, our homepage is done. You see how easier it is when we already have the components created. We just have to reuse them. All right, so now we can move to the next part. That is here when I click on a video. Let me go to the, this is the prebuilt version. When I go to a profile, this shows here more information about the profile and how many videos a person has, and shows every videos that a person has. All right, so this is what we're going to do now. So for now we're going to create, so for this I'm going to create here inside of app a new page named user / and then here ID, and then page.tsx. This is going to create a dynamic route. All right, so we are just going to export here or create a rfc, so we have it done. So page like this, and then I'm going here to one of the users. There we go, so the page is created. We can start working on it now. So the first thing that I'm going to do is get all of the videos from a user, and as you may guess, we are going to go here to the services and create here a new function, which is going to be export async function, which is going to get videos from user, or get user videos. I think it's better like this. Okay, so we first need a user ID, so we know which user we are talking about. So ID can be user ID, which is going to be a string. There we go. And then we're going to have our query as we always do. All right, so we are going to get the videos. For this we're going to wait Sanity to fetch the query that we are going to do in a minute. And finally, we can return here the videos that are the detailed video. All right. And why detailed video? Because we are also going to show here the likes and the comments. All right. So the query is going to be fairly easy. It's going to be almost the same one that we have here. So we can just copy this and paste in here. The only thing that we're going to do is making sure that the author of the video is the one that has this user ID. So we're going to make sure that author.ref, so the reference, the videos from that specific author or user. All right. So now we are going to go back here to the page, and first what we have to do is to know which user we are talking about. So we're going to get this from the params. All right. So we are going to get here the params and then ID. Okay. So this is coming from params and ID is a string. All right, there we go. So here we are going to make the query, and for this we have to use async. There we go. So we're going to await, and then we're going to call here the function that we created, get videos. You get, oh, this is wrong. This is supposed to be get user videos, like so. So just fix that real quick. Get user videos coming from services and then video. All right, get user video, and we have to pass here the ID of the user. All right, so there we go. And now what we're going to do is show here the information. So I'm going to start with a class name of space-24 space y-24, and then here on the first div, what we're going to do is here the information about the user. And to get the user, if you remember here in the query, we get here the user or the author. So for this, I'm going to go say const user, and then we can get whatever video that we find. So for example, at the first position, and inside of there we can get here the author. All right, so if you hover in it, you're supposed to get here user. All right, and if for some reason we don't get here the user, we can return saying couldn't find the user. All right, there we go. So here, as I said, we're going to have the information about the user. So let me just go back here to the page, and I'm going to have a class name of flex item center, a gap of 20 for spacing, border bottom, and border bg secondary for the color, and then bottom for spacing. All right, and then for the user information, I'm going to show his profile with this image from Next.js, and I'm going to have a out of profile pic. The src is going to be the user dot picture url. We're going to have a width of 200 and a height of 200. The class name is going to be rounded full. There we go. So we should see the image after I reload the page. There we go. Now we have here the image showing up, and then we're also going to add here the div, another div, which is going to have a class name of space-3. There we go. So first we're going to show here a p tag with a class name of text3xl font semi-bold. What is going to show is the username. Okay, so I'm going to make it look like that is a username. So what I'm going to do is just take off here the spaces. So a normal name is like this, so it has like a space between, so the first and the last name. What I'm going to do is just join the both name. Okay, so to make it look like it's a username. So we're going to use the user dot name and then split, so to take all of the spaces. And if you want, you can add here two lower, and if you want, you can add here two lowercase. All right, so everything is going to be on the lowercase, and add here space. So this is going to actually remove the space from the name. All right, there we go. And then we're going to have here another p, which is going to be for the user email. So I'm just going to say user dot email, and we're also going to have here a class name of text xl text neutral 300 and font semi-bold. There we go. We can format this real quick, and below here to that last div, we're going to create another one, which is going to have a class name of space dash y dash 6, and inside is going to have a span with a class name of text extra large, font semi-bold, text neutral 400, and inside of the span we are going to show some dynamic block saying how many videos a user has. So user.name and then video, and then we are going to say how many video the user has. So videos.length is going to give you the number of videos, and like this. All right, so this user has just one video, so this is showing the number. All right, and then here we can show the actual videos, and we are going to use here below the span, and just format this real quick. So this is going to show the actual video. So I'm going to use the video list, the component that we created earlier, and I'm going to pass here the videos to show them. All right, so with this page is finished. Let me just refresh here real quick, and there we go. This is the only video that this user has uploaded. All right, this is created, and now the only thing that we need to do here is the hashtags and the search functionality. All right, so we are going to do here the hashtag part. Okay, so I'm going to go to the hashtag page. There we go, and the process is going to be very similar that we had here with the user. So again, here on the app, we're going to create another page, which is going to be hashtag /hashtag and then page.tsx. Make sure that you are creating the page here inside of the app with the parentheses, not this app without a parenthesis. Otherwise, you're not going to get here the styling. All right, so here I'm going to create here another page, which is going to be page. There we go, and from the params we're going to get here the hashtag. All right, so we're just going to define it real quick right here. So params, inside of params we have the hashtag, which is a string, and then here we're going to create the function that is going to get all of the videos from a specific hashtag. So export function like this, and here on the index we are going to create here export default async function like this, and here on the index we're going to create here another function. So this is going to be very similar. We're just going to copy this and paste it down here, and it's going to be get hashtag videos like this, and we're going to get every video with, and then we can remove here. We are going to get every video with the hashtag of the hashtag that we're going to get here from the params. All right, and everything is going to stay the same. All right, so now what we're going to do is go back to this page and make sure, and then we're going to fetch the videos from this hashtag. So await get video get hashtag videos like this, and we are going to get this hashtag inside. All right, so now we can go back here to the user page. What we're going to do is just copy here everything from the JSX and paste it down here, since everything is very similar. Okay, so here where we have the user information, we can remove everything, and here we are going to have the hashtag information. Okay, so we're going to create here a div, which is going to have a class name of padding8, flex justify center, items center, bg secondary, rounded full. Right, and in here we're inside of this div, we're going to have an icon of fa Slack hash. It's going to show a hashtag icon. Alright, and then below here this div, you're going to have another div showing the actual hashtag. Okay, so hashtag like this, and then this is going to have a class name, of course, of capitalize and then font bold. Alright, so in this pen, what we are going to do is now showing, instead of usernames videos, we're going to say hashtag and then without this thing videos like this. Alright, and then we can put here the video list. Alright, so with this page is also done. Very easy. We can just refresh here real quick to see how this is looking. So what we get is this weird looking page. So something is not right here in our code. Let me just review what it is. So first thing here is on the second div, we are going to add here a text 5XL. This is going to increase here the size of this icon. I think that we're not getting the hashtag correctly. Okay, we get undefined, so we are not getting the hashtag correctly. Let me see what it is. If the page is, oh, it's because here I said hashtag, so it's just a typo. So this is going to be hashtag. That's why we couldn't, the Next.js couldn't get the param, because it had a different name. Alright, so now let me refresh. So make sure that you spell everything right, and there we go. We have one more page completed. And now for the final part, we are going to make here the search functionality. So now go to the Navbar. So use Ctrl P and then look for Navbar, and you're going to find the search from components/Navbar, or you can just go here from the root. So in this page, in this file, what you see is just a form with an input inside, right? So what we're going to do is just add here an action to this form, which is going to call the handle search function, and this function is going to handle the search functionality. So we're going to call handle search like this, and this is going to be async, of course. And since this is coming from a form, and we are calling here an action, what we get is the data from the form. Okay, so is of type form data. So what we want is the value that is inside of this input. Okay, so we can call this value form.get, and we are going to call using the form.get to get a value from the form, which is going to be the query. The query is this input right here, and to make sure that we get the value from this input, I'm going to give here a name, and the name has to be the same that we have here. So this is going to be query. Alright, so I'm getting the input that has this name, so query, and I'm going to pass to this variable. Okay, with this, what we're going to do is just redirect the user. So make sure that when you call redirect, it's on this, it's going to be just next/navigation. Okay, so make sure that you import from the right place. And what you're going to do is just use the search slash and then query. Alright, I mean value is the name that we gave here. So this is just going to take the user to search and then to the query that he typed. Alright, and of course what we're doing here is an action, a form action. For this we have to pass this a use service, since this is going to run on the server, since this function is going to be running on the server. So I'm just going to refresh real quick. Alright, now here I'm going to say like hi, so just to try to fetch this video. So say hi and hit enter. So now when I do this and I try to fetch, you see that we have here a post log, but this is not taking us to the page because it's not created yet. Alright, so we are going to create this page real quick, and like the others, we are going to say here app, and then click here search, and we're going to have here the value, and then page.tsx. Again, make sure that you are creating this inside of app that is inside of parentheses and not the other. So this is going to be another very easy page. We're just going to say rfc to create the page real quick, and let me see if now I can go to the page. Right, so let me say hi, and now you see this is compiling the page, and now it's thanking me. So for some reason this is not taking me to the page, even with the page. So for some reason this is not taking me to the page, even with here if the page is created, as you can see. So let me see here on the search. Okay, so I say hi. All right, it worked now. I don't know why. I think it was getting like this hot reloading glitched, and it was getting like the old version where we didn't have this line of code of redirect. If you have the same problem, just type something, then remove something, then type again, so the server is going to reload. Alright, so now here on the hashtag page, okay, close here in this, again we are going just to copy some code. So I'm going to paste this in here and paste here on the div. There we go, because the value is going to be almost the same. What I'm going to do is export the default async function, and first get here the params, which we're going to have here the value, so I know what we are looking for. So params, and then we have the value and then string inside. There we go. So we're going to get here the videos, and guess what, we are going to call here a function which is going to get us all of the videos. So I'm going to go to the services of video, and in here we are going to copy this function again, so export, and now this is going to be export async function named search videos. All right, so we're going to get here the value, this, and what we're going to do here is the normal query that we already have. So look for every video of type video, and then get the author, likes count, and then comments count. But here is going to be different. We are going to make here text match. Okay, so we're going to have here the value, right? So where the value, so everything of type video, where the value match the caption. Okay, so either the caption or matches, so see, or the value matches, so this has to be on quotes, so matches the description. So this is going to be the function, the query, and everything stays the same. All right, so now we are going to call here the search videos function, and we are going to pass here the value. Okay, so we can remove this. We're just going to leave here the div with the class name of flex, and here instead of hashtag, just going to say videos. We can just remove this all and leave here videos length. Okay, so just going to show how many videos we could get, and then show here the video list. And finally here we're going to say results for, and then add here 2 stars and say value search. Okay, so the results that we got from a specific search. All right, and here we're going to use capitalize and then font bold. All right, so with this we must have this working. Let me say hi, and we get 0 videos. Let me see if one of them match. Oh, it has to be a specific match, so like this, so hi, and now you see that we get the video. So one problem that I think you also saw is that we have to get the specific, the exact match. So for example, this is hi, right? If I say hi, the video is going to show up, so this video. But if I say hi with just one I, this is not going to show up. I tried to look for a solution for this, but Sanity doesn't have a match that that handles this type of situation, so we're going to do this by hand. All right, so what we're going to do is just fetch the video normally like this. If you want, you can even call here this function. This is going to be the same thing. So what we're going to do is just remove this all, and what we're going to do is just get here videos, and we're going to wait get videos. So this function already exists, if you remember. And then what we're going to do is just return, and then we're going just to, okay, so let me type this, so as detailed video array. All right, so what we're going to do is just filter each video where the video dot caption includes the value, all right, or the video dot description includes the value. All right, so this is going to be a way better query. So even if I say hi like this, you see that this video is still being fetched. So if you see, every video has a description of DD. So if I look for a DD video, you see that every one of them show up because they match, right? All right, with this we finish our application.